Hey guys, what's going on? We have a new game week upon us on Sorare, which is about to kick off in a few hours. So we've got a few hours to get our lineup sorted for the midweek game week. And then what we're going to do, because it's Tuesday, is we always then get a head start on building our lineups for the weekend. So it's going to be quite a heavy focused stream on lineup building, a little bit of scouting, and of course we're going to be talking about Sorare in its entirety. So players, game features, updates, issues, ideas for the game. This is going to be a really cool stream where we can just almost, what's the word I'm looking for here? Free float them? That's not really the word I'm looking for, but you get what I'm saying. We can bounce them off each other. Hello to everyone here in the chat, including Twitch Gaming, Man Like Spud, and Wakey Academy, who I can already see in the chat. So always love it when Wakey's in here. Hello to you, man, and hello to everybody in here, especially if you're new. If you are new to the stream, don't be shy. Get involved in the chat as much as you can, because I'll try and help you as much as I can. And then if I can't, which usually I can, but if I can't, then we've got such a cool community in here that the guys in the chat will be able to help you as well. And it's just a good place to talk to other like-minded managers of the game too. So if you are looking to get involved in the two games we're covering today, you'll find the links in the chat. Thank you, Twitch Gaming, for dropping the links in there. You'll see them from the Nightbot, so you can see that you can sign up to Sorare today, and you'll get a £20 credit after you collect your first 5 cards from the auctions market. That's quite important because the £20 credit is actually a lot of money to spend in Sorare today because the prices of cards are quite low. So if you can claim that, you really should try and do so. And you only really can claim that using a link like that in the chat. The way that you do it is you need to go into, once you've signed up, you then come to the main lobby in Sorare, and there's a little tab on the left called Market. You go to the market, you go into the auctions section here, and this is where you can basically buy and collect cards from Sorare directly. And all you need to do is collect any 5 from the auctions market of any color. Okay, so it can be the yellow ones, the blue ones, the red ones. The yellow ones are the cheapest. The black ones are the most expensive, which are the unique cards. So you can buy whatever you want. And then once you've collected 5, you will then get your up to £20. It depends on how much you spend. You'll then get up to £20 to spend from Sorare to then build and collect more cards, which allows you then to build more teams in Sorare. And the whole point about collecting cards in Sorare is that you want to build teams of really cool players that you think can score well in real life, because this is what this game is about. It's about spotting and trying to identify players you think can do well in real life, because then they score you the most amount of points in Sorare. And if they score you the most amount of points, then what that allows you to do in the competitions in Sorare is you can place higher in the leaderboards. And if you place higher in the leaderboards, of course, you've probably guessed it, you then get to win better prizes, bigger prizes, more valuable prizes as well, more valuable rewards. So you can win further cards, better players that are worth money that you can sell if you want, or you can keep them, and then they can actually help drive you to the best prizes in the game. You can win match tickets, you can win match jerseys, you can win experiences to go and meet your favorite footballers, you can win just cash itself. You don't have to win the cards, you can win hundreds of, even sometimes thousands of dollars worth of prizes just from playing this game, which is really cool. So, as I mentioned, if you've not already started to play this game, do start playing it. Use the link in the chat. And then in the second half of the stream, we're going to cover this game called POOKY, which is a sports prediction game. And this is a really cool game. I keep talking about this every stream for good reason, because it feels like we have a massive opportunity here to make a lot of money whilst we can. The game's quite fun anyway. It's a sports prediction game. So the name of the game with this one is to try and predict what you think the scores are going to be for games happening around the world. And if you can predict them accurately enough that you finish in the top 50%, 50, of a leaderboard, then you get to win money. Okay, there's no cards or anything to be won here. You just win money. But then it's money that you can do with whatever you want. You can take it out of the game. You can send it to your bank account. You can use it in the game to get better, what's called POOKY balls, which are the things that you use to make the predictions. It's up to you what you do with the rewards you win. But at the moment, this is a game that's causing waves right now because you can literally play it with no knowledge at all, no football knowledge. You can do it with no time really at all. It takes very little time to play. So if you are one of those guys out there that's just really busy, you've got lots of commitments, you can still play this game in a minute every week, and you can still claim and win a healthy amount of returns every week. And again, you'll find the link for that in the chat. We have at the moment 10 things to claim, 10 kind of rewards. You can see that we're winning at 9.48 Matic, which is the crypto coin, which is native to the blockchain that this game runs on, which is the Polygon blockchain. You don't really have to know about that. All you need to know is that this here, this crypto, can be withdrawn to your bank into real cash that you can use in the real world. So this 9.48 Matic is roughly about £6, okay? I could withdraw this to my bank, and then I can go and use that £6 to go to the pub and have a celebratory drink, a celebratory beer for predicting scores on a Web3 game. It's super cool, right? Really cool. So we are going to be coming back in a few hours, and we're going to be claiming our money. We're also going to be playing it, and I'm going to show you how to play it. I'm going to show you the strategy that I've been using every week for the past few months now, which allows us to win money every week just from 1 minute of our time. It's as easy as that. It sounds too easy to be true, but I promise you, it really is like that for now. I don't think it's going to be like that forever. I think eventually POOKY are probably going to change it to make it a little bit more difficult to win money. But at the moment, it's super easy. And right now, if you already like the sound of that, you can actually get involved in the game today by picking up a POOKY ball. The link in the chat for POOKY will give you a discount off your first purchase in the game. There's 4 different types of POOKY balls that you can buy. Common is the entry level. They're very similar to the yellow or the limited cards on Sorare. So they're the cheapest entry. They're good for beginners. And then you've got the legendary POOKY balls, which will give you the biggest points boost on your predictions each week. So if you really want to try and win podiums, or you want to be winning podiums regularly, and you've got deep enough pockets that you can afford a legendary, then that will be the POOKY ball for you. But you don't need to have one of those, okay? So you can easily still win a competition in POOKY without a legendary. It's just going to require a little bit more accurate predictions, whereas with the legendary, you don't really need to get predictions 100% correct at all because the boosts you get from it are so good. So yeah, you can start to get them today if you already like the sound of it and you want to start getting involved in this for the weekend. Pick them up now if you can. There's only 84 left. And yeah, I'll come back to this later on. So if you are still kind of on the fence, or if you just want to get a bit more information, stick around and then I'll explain a little bit more later on. Hello to Anathabam, and hello also to Arthur Nice as well. He says he's won 1.12 Matic. Congratulations to Arthur. It might not sound like a lot because 1.12 Matic is probably what, about 70p, something like that. But I think he's probably not spent a lot of time. So it's nice, easy money, and it all adds up. And the good thing is that you're winning. So you can use that to either then reclaim the whole cost of his POOKY ball, or you can put it towards buying a better POOKY ball or buying some stickers. So love it. Andreas Noper has lost his place as #1 goalkeeper of Herenveen to Van der Hart due to bad performances. Ouch. Oh, that's a shame for Noper. I'm not surprised because they haven't been that good, Herenveen, defensively this season. And he's the fall guy. I don't think that Van der Hart's better, but at the same time, if you're the manager, thank you, by the way, Twitch Gaming, for sharing that. For sharing that. If you are the manager, you're thinking to yourself, I can't give this guy any more opportunities, can I? I've given Noper all year so far, all season, to improve. He hasn't. We've got to give, that's why we have a backup goalkeeper. We've got to give the backup goalkeeper now some time to put the pressure on Noper so that maybe Noper can come back and do better. Unlike Ten Hag, exactly, yeah. Ten Hag doesn't know at all, does he? Right. I had a little look before we went live. I had a little look at rivals on Sorare. From what I can tell, there are no games which are kicking off early today. So there's no games which are happening at 2. Let me just double check it. No. There's no games kicking off at 2. The earliest games look like they are at 5, which is the Mali one, the Mali Burkina Faso one. And then most of the games are happening at 7, 7:30, 7:45, 8. Okay. So we don't really need to spend time on rivals now. We might have a little look at it later on today. At the moment, I'm on a streak of 4 out of 10. I have 4 days left to try and hit the streak of 10. So ideally, probably need to try and do 3 matches today and hope that we win 3 matches, because then we'll go to 7 and we'll then have 3 days left to hit the streak, which will then allow me to do 1 game a day, because I don't really want to be doing loads a day. If you start doing loads a day when you're trying to chase a streak, then what it means is that you sacrifice a little bit of focus quality for quantity. And whenever you do that, whenever you sacrifice the quantity for quality, or the quality for quantity, you're going to start to see that you will lose the odd game here or there. It reminds me of betting a little bit, where I don't know if anyone has bet before, but if you are doing the odd bet here or there, and if you spend the time to kind of focus and do a bit of research into it to make sure that's you're confident with it, most of the time you've got a good chance of winning. But if you do kind of like 3 or 4 or 5 bets in one go, you open the door for a little bit of complacency, where maybe you just don't spend the time, or you're not thinking about a game carefully enough. And yeah, you just kind of you end up opening the door for a loss. So yeah, we're going to do some later on, but not now. We don't need to do it now. What we need to do is we need to figure out our teams for the midweek. All right. So there's an Olympic Lyon A special weekly, which I'm not competing in. Is anybody competing in this at all? I don't have any Lyon players whatsoever, but does anybody in the chat have any? And if they do, are they going to be entering this here? Because there's quite a lot of good prizes on offer here. There's 2 VIP tickets for Olympic Lyon, so Lyon versus Monaco, sorry. And then there's 2 VIP tickets for Lyon versus Lens and Lyon versus Brest. Plus there's also signed jerseys and unsigned jerseys. Wakey Academy's got Cherky, but it doesn't interest you. Why does it not interest you, Wakey? Like, how many players do you need to have as well? I haven't even really looked at it. You need to have at least 3 players from Lyon. Okay. And a minimum of 2 cards with the season bonus. Okay. So a minimum of 2 new cards, but you need to have 3 Lyon players. Okay, interesting. You'll never get to the games in France and can't be asked trying to sell them. Yeah, that is the thing. That's a good point from Wakey, is that if you do go into this and you end up winning the really cool prizes in here, like the VIP tickets, then you need to be able to get over to France to watch the game. It's really good for anyone who is already based in France, right? Especially around Lyon, because all the games are at Lyon's home ground. It's also really good if you have the money and the time to travel over to France, right? But there'll also be people that just don't. And I think for me, being in the UK, even if I had the players, right, to enter into this competition, I don't know whether I would myself. So I'd kind of be like Wakey here. I don't know whether I would, just because if I did win the VIP tickets, then I don't know whether I would be able to have the time or the money to travel from the UK to France. And traveling's expensive in the UK. I think a lot of people forget that traveling's expensive. Um, it's really expensive. I saw a tweet from Fiago yesterday, um, and he was kind of saying like, first of all, he was like, I think he was saying who invented London Stansted because it's miles away, and to be fair, it is a bit in the sticks, right? And then he was kind of saying it's cost us almost more to get a bus ticket to get into London than it has cost us to get over from Germany to England, and it is exactly the case in England. Like, just too expensive the travel. Like it would cost me more to say, and it has cost me more when I used to work in London. It used to cost me more to go from just outside London into London to work every day than it would cost me to get a plane from London Stansted, funny enough, to Cologne. I could get that flight for like £9, which is cheaper than what it would have cost me to get into London from like 20 miles out. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh yeah, so that's why I probably wouldn't be interested in it too, because first of all, I'm not really, I'm not really too into Leon anyway. And then, yeah, just the cost of getting there. I think if the cost was included, so if Sorare said they would pay for the cost of the travel, then I'd probably take a much harder look at this one, because then you're like, well, wow, if they're going to pay for me to come over, then great, you know. But they don't offer that, which is a shame. Imagine being in South Africa, yeah. Pretty unattainable, isn't it? All right. So, what we're going to do, we're going to double check our Cap 240 rare, our threshold team. There's not really much that we can do with this team because we don't really have loads of players for the midweek in rare. The only other option that we've got is Kadri. So if we didn't want to play Grigic, then we could play Kadri. If we didn't want to play, say, Morales, and we just wanted to play Bocat, then we could play Kadri. We don't want to play Kadri. He's got an away game against Club Brugge, which is horrible. And he's good enough that he could do something in that game, but realistically, it's Club Brugge away, and he's playing for one of the worst teams in the Belgian Pro League. So I don't think so. I think if we have an opportunity to leave him out, then we are going to do it this game week. And we've got better options here because we have Bocat, we've got with the home game, we've got Morales with the home game, and we've got Anto Grigic with a home game. So, and they've got fixtures which are way better than Kadri. So Kadri doesn't make it in. The only thing that we talked about yesterday that's a little bit of an issue here is that we've got Maxi, who's just joined Platenza in the Argentinian league. But he wasn't available for the first game, and I don't know why. He's marked as questionable on Play Sharper. We did have a little look yesterday to see if we could find some information, and we couldn't find any. So I don't know whether he's carrying an injury or whether he's not fit enough or whatnot. But we're going to put him in anyway because he's our only forward, and we're just going to hope that he plays. And if he doesn't play, then what we're going to do is we're going to hope that we can hit the threshold with 4 players rather than 5. And to be honest with you, we could do it with 4 because Morales has a home game. And when Morales plays at home, he has the potential to hit a score of 100. He seriously, genuinely does, okay? Bocat has the potential to hit a score of 100 as well when he plays at home. And Grigic, we know that Grigic is like an old school goat of Sorare. He's just started to return back to playing now, and you can see that his scoring is very good. He has the potential as well to hit a score of 100 or 80, 90, something like that. And so does Kofi. So we've actually got 4 players here that do have the potential to hit a score of like 400 points or so, which is quite exciting because I don't think I've played all 4 of these together. In fact, I haven't, because I haven't had the opportunity to play Morales since we bought him a few months ago because his season has just started. So, and we've just picked up Anto Grigic again because he was really cheap. I used to own him a long time ago, and I bought him when he was, I bought him in the rare for about £330, right? A long time ago. This was like a different time on Sorare, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, okay? And now he's kind of around £14, £15. So I was like, yeah, we're having Anto Grigic back again for that because I love him. I think he's a really, really clever player. So thank you for the follow. Sveepen01, thank you for the follow. It's a tough midweek indeed, isn't it, Wakey? You've only got 7 limiteds available. Wow. Yeah, that's very limited. That is limited, isn't it? I don't have a lot either. I showed everyone my limited teams yesterday. I'll show you guys it in a minute. I don't think we're going to win anything in the midweek. If we did win the threshold from Rare with this team, then honestly, I would be over the moon if we won threshold. But I don't think we're going to be able to do it. But if we go into the lineup builder here and we do cap 240 Rare, and then we ask the tool on Sorare data to show us who it would pick, I think it's going to pick the same. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So it doesn't pick Leonardo Morales, which I think is really, really weird. It actually picks Kadri. Now, the reason it must do that is that maybe Morales has a lower pick score than Kadri. That's the only reason I can think. Yeah, look. The reason Morales has a lower pick score is because his matchup data is missing. His cost efficiency is okay. It's the same as Kadri, 49. The odds are very good for this game. They have a 48% chance to win against this opponent and a 50% chance for a clean sheet. The only reason why Morales is a lower pick score than Kadri is because you can see here, this is matchup missing. And this is why it's really important to know your players more so than relying on Sorare data. Because if you just went by what Sorare data is telling you, we would just pick Kadri here, right? Because we were like, okay, Kadri's got the better pick score, so he must be the better play. But he's really not. Morales is far better here because of his fixture, because of how he does at home. And if he had a matchup data here, I'm pretty sure he would be an A rating, if not a double A rating. It'd be very high. So we're not, obviously we wouldn't do that. We'd put Grigic back in here, and then we'd put Morales back in there, and then we'd captain Morales, and it gives us a score of 53. And one of the reasons it does that is because we have Maxi here, where everybody is projecting that he's going to be out. So it does look like we're going to have to try and hit the threshold with 4 players rather than 5. We might need to check that as well. I don't think we can. I don't think we can check it on, on here. Look. Oh, this is for the wrong game week. Game week 446. Let's have a little look. Because Platenza, here we go. Platenza on, they're not a licensed club in Sorare, so there won't actually be a projection for them, which is a little bit annoying. But I'm pretty sure that you can see that Maxi is listed as questionable. I honestly don't know. I'd probably need to reach out to Sorare Argentina, who does the lineups, right? I'd probably need to reach out to him. Here we go. Look, Sorare Argentina, and kind of say like, what's the issue with Maxi? Because we couldn't find any information about it. So I don't know whether he's, as I say, he's injured or whatnot. We did have a little gander. Yesterday to have a look as to whether we would bring in another forward. And I didn't really like the options that were available to us. But what we'll do is we will take another look now. We'll do a very quick search to see if there are any other forwards that we could consider for the midweek that we could bring in on the cheap, right? We've got quite a healthy amount of cap. We've got 50, so the cap isn't really the problem here. It's just trying to find a forward that we could bring in for the midweek that could actually help us to getting to the line for 280 points, right? But then also somebody that, if we do bring in on the cheap, we could potentially sell after the game week or use them long term. So I wasn't really able to find anyone yesterday that I liked, but we'll have another look. I managed to put a team out, but I have lots of injuries too. So you have a bit of a ragtag team, Wakey, like us for rare. We've got a bit of a ragtag squad for limited as well. I'll show you guys my limited teams in a minute. First of all, let's see if we can spot anybody that we maybe missed from yesterday. So we're going to look for a forward in game week 446, right? And we have a cap of 50. So we might as well at least put the cap there in the L15 of 50. It's not really a problem. And then what the most important thing here is that I don't actually have any, look, I've only got 42p in my balance. So I'm really living the champagne lifestyle on Sorare right now, 42p. So we don't actually have enough money to go and buy any player that we spot and we identify like outright. But what we can do is we can do a few trades to see if we can trade a few cards if we find somebody that we like. And as I mentioned yesterday, we looked at it and I really didn't like find anybody that I was interested in. We were looking for players that were quite cheap as well. Because the thing is that I've got in my gallery right now, I have recently done a bit of a rebuild, not really, but I've just been bringing in lots of players that can help me now for the rest of the year. And I'm very happy with all the rares that I've got. I do have a few rares down at the bottom that I could maybe trade out. So, for example, Indrit Tucci, we could potentially trade out because he's no longer covered. And his price has completely fallen off a cliff. So we spent £50 on him. He's now £6.81, give or take. But we've kind of already made our money back on him from when he was covered and we were winning the threshold with him. So in that way, I could get rid of him, but technically I don't really want to. And I quite like him. And I think in the future, he'll come back and he'll be covered again. But there's a few other players down here that we could maybe trade out. But we don't have enough value in them to be targeting like 40, £50 rare players now, because these guys are only a couple of quid, right? So we almost need to find someone who's around a tenner so that then we could throw 2 or 3 rares at a bot for the one rare card that we're interested in. And then that should get the deal done. We need to see if we can actually find anyone first. So let's have a little look. Free Tip Scout. I'm playing for almost 2 years now, and I bought my cards at a very good and cheap price, and they're going 60 to 70 points a week and still going down in price. What happened in Sorare? Inflation, all limited. What's happened in Sorare, and this is just the absolute truth of the matter, what's happened in Sorare is that Sorare have minted far too many cards versus the number of active managers that are playing the game. I actually saw it on the website, and they've since removed it, I believe, as in like you can't see the number anymore. But I saw about a week ago, and I should have really taken a screenshot because when I saw it, my eyes nearly popped out of my head. But on the before you log in, you have this kind of like Sorare homepage, right? And it's kind of promoting and advertising what the game's all about. If you go and you scroll down, it tells you the number of cards, right, in the game. And it said that there were something like 6 million cards in the game, something like that. And I was like, wow, like 6 million cards in the game. I don't even think we have 1 million active users in the game. I don't even think we have 500,000, do we? I don't know. I don't think we have a lot. I don't think we have enough to justify having 6 million cards in supply in the game. And so it's just economics basic 101 is that the more supply you have, the lower that supply is worth, right? And the only way that the supply gets higher in value is when you have a demand in anything, or you have a demand for that supply that outstrips the supply. And we just don't have that. We just don't have that in the game. And unfortunately, we haven't had a situation over the last year where the demand has been outstripping the supply. What we've had over the last years, we've had that Sorare have been minting more cards than there are enough users that are demanding those cards, like month after month after month. And so now, unfortunately, what we have, and it's a really good point from Deji's here, now what we have, I talked about this last night, I was talking about it with Twisted Fortune and a few others in the chat, is that you will now see very often, and for me, this is like a telltale sign that unfortunately the game economy and the balance in the game is broken. What you'll see very often now is that a player will do amazing. Like a player might hit a hat trick, they might hit a perfect score of 100, and then they might in the next game hit a score of 70 or 80. And in the game after that, they might also do good. And you think to yourself, wow, this guy's in incredible form. Everyone should be running towards this guy, right? Which is going to bump his price up because there's going to be a big surge in demand for him. But what you often find is that even if these players are smashing it, their price and their value is still going down. It's going down after huge performances. So that's a big problem because in a game like this where it's performance related, so it should be a case where you should be trying to get the guys that are doing really well, and then those guys should be even more expensive, which makes them even more rarer or so rare to obtain. If they're not going up in price, right, not really based on what they're doing, then all they can do then is just go down. And if they're then going down, then it means that these cards basically have less and less value, right? They're less and less financial value, and then they have less and less actual value in the game because it doesn't matter if they do so good because their price is going down. There's probably loads of others then that you could pick up that could do the same. So it's a problem. But the positive thing is that we should hopefully get an update from Sorare, and an important update within a few weeks. And I'm hoping we get it either next week or the week after. And in that update, I'm pretty sure is going to be the most significant update that Sorare has ever done, because I think that they are, and I'm hoping that they are going to propose new solutions in the game that will structure the game for rewards, for the competitions, and also for the game economy. It's going to propose some solutions to fix a lot of it. We need it. We need it. But it's a really, really good question. A really good point. You're not the only one thinking it either, Deji's, at all. You're not the only one. Yeah, look, Wakey says, look, happened with Vinny Jr., he went down after his hat trick. And honestly, I'm not kind of like sensationalizing this or anything. If you have a player that scores a hat trick and then their price goes down, that is for me a telltale sign that the game is broken somewhere, because it should be the other way. His price should be spiking up after a hat trick, because that's the thing that you're hoping your players do, right? They hit incredible scores so that then their price can go up. And then it then means that if you're lucky enough to have spotted those players that can do really well, you can then, like be rewarded for that good scouting. Or maybe you then just want to be able to sell them, right? But if players aren't going up when they're doing really good, then it kind of defeats the whole purpose of the game, doesn't it? You want your players to be increasing if they do good in a game where they have real world value. If they didn't increase after doing good performances, then there's almost no point in having a value mechanism in the game. There's almost no point in these cards having real world value, because then they might as well just have no value at all. And then that's it. Like there's the trading, then the marketplace doesn't really seem like worthwhile then if there's no up and down with the the cards, well, there's no up and down. There's definitely down. If there's no upside when they do really good, then for me, I think it takes a lot of the reward away from the scouting. And I also think it takes a lot of the fun away from spotting talent, picking them up, being patient on them, waiting for them to do really good. That's what this game should be about, no? That's what this game was about. Anyway. Do you know something we don't know, Free Tip Scout, coming from Sorare? I don't. No. Hello to Robbie as well. Sorry, man. I missed your message in the chat. I don't at the moment. No. I don't at the moment. I am in the feedback group, as a lot of you guys know. So we're in a Discord group where we can talk to Sorare daily. And what we've kind of said to Sorare is that they should almost give us a heads up when they are planning like a big update. Because what we've seen in the past before is that they have mismanaged the way that they have handled the updates with the community, right? They've then, in many cases in the past, they've released an update and it's been so far off the mark. I mean, very famously, a lot of you guys remember the fitness update. After the fitness update, the feedback group was kind of formed, and then it was almost formed so that then Sorare could avoid dropping big announcements and big updates that are completely out of touch with the community. So we've kind of said, like, look, give us a heads up, or at least if you're going to drop something, then maybe give us some kind of idea as to what you're going to be proposing. But unfortunately as well, it doesn't mean that we get any extra information ahead of time, because their hands are a little bit tied as well. The only way that we'd be able to get that is if we had NDAs, right? If we signed NDAs, because then we'd be getting information beforehand that could potentially give us an advantage, but then we wouldn't be able to talk about it. And even then, it'd be a little bit complicated because we'd still have the information beforehand, which we could then use in the game. So we get some information, but yeah, at the moment I have none. I have none at all. But if I hear anything, then for sure I'll let you guys know. Free Tip Scout, and they shouldn't make rivals that unfair. And hard. It's just crazy impossible. And if I do get your way to reward, then you get... and if I do get your way to a reward, then you get 3 tickets. Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, so with rivals, I think what you're saying there, Djeez, right, is that the rivals is difficult to do the streaks, right? And then when you do the streaks, you might only just get a handful of tickets, right? I'm kind of in the same boat right now because we're trying to achieve the 10 streaks in 10 game weeks, 10 wins in a row. And even if we do that, we might actually not get anything that great. We might just get more arena tickets. I already mentioned yesterday that I think if I do hit the 10 in a row, I know that I have a chance, and probably a very high chance. Look, we have there's 78. There's like, it's so weighted. We have like an 80% chance to get some kind of a ticket. So we are probably going to get a ticket of some kind, a ticket reward for the 10 in a row. But I feel like if I do get a ticket for 10 in a row, I'm probably not going to be too interested in playing this anymore. Because that's going to feel like a lot of effort for not much, you know? Like, I don't really care too much about the ticket. So I get what you're saying. And hopefully when they release the daily missions, this will give everybody something else to focus on. And maybe there'll be some other types of rewards in here that will keep it interesting. But I've already raised my concern with the streaks that I think after 10, the next one is then what, 15 or something? And of course, if you're trying to hit 15 in a row and then you lose one and then you go all the way back to 0, and that's really the only way to kind of get anything out of the game mode at the moment, like any rewards out of the game mode, is to hit the streaks. I think if you try and hit 15 a few times and you keep getting reset back, how many times are you going to keep doing it? You're probably just going to be like, fuck this. Like, I can't be arsed anymore, you know? I can't be bothered. I know that I certainly would. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, man. No, I haven't. I really haven't signed anything. I haven't signed an NDA or anything at all. We did actually ask them in the chat, though, in the group. We said, you know, would it make sense if we signed an NDA or stuff that then allows us to know in advance? But yeah, they kind of said it's probably not the way they want to go with it. So yeah, but sometimes we kind of get like a little hint as to what usually Sorare will say is that they'll kind of say we are planning on releasing an update like this week or in a few days. And so then we can almost start to anticipate like the fallout, the negative fallout, the drama, or hopefully like everyone praising and everyone being really positive, right? So usually we just get kind of like get a heads up as to when they are planning to drop something. Sometimes when it's outside of the updates, they will tend to run ideas or ask us our opinion about something, but then we don't know whether that's for an update or whether that's for something that they are brainstorming, something that they're considering. Yeah. So yeah. I'm trying to pick up the hold on a minute, actually. I wonder if the fitness update would have worked. What's going on now with the prices is terrible. It is. But what's really interesting is that what's going on with the prices now has been going on for the whole year. So a lot of you guys remember that from, and if you look at the charts as well, I don't know, let's just bring up somebody random, okay? Let's just bring up someone random like Randall Leal. Oh, wow, what a huge raid. What a massive raid that is, man. So Matt's a French streamer. He has just raided us with 59. Wow, insane. Thank you so much, and welcome to everyone that's jumped on. Guys, if you definitely have to give a shout out. If you're not checking out Matt, who is, as I say, a French streamer on Twitch, he also does Sorare. He does a couple of other Web3 games as well. Do check him out, because, hold on a minute. I'm trying to do the shout out for you, but my stream deck's playing up. Oh, would you believe it? Where's Twitch Gaming? Twitch Gaming, would you be able to do me a favor, mate? Or can I do it now? I think I can do it. By the time I can do it, it's probably going to be... The moment's probably a past, right? Here we go. I can do it now. What the hell was that about? My stream deck was all over the place there. There's Matt's Twitch link in the chat. So if you are, for my guys that aren't checking out his streams, and if you understand French, then do jump in the stream, because yeah, he's very cool. I enjoy his streams. Unfortunately, I can't really jump on his streams enough, but when I have enjoyed it. And he says, I come in England to see Arsenal Liverpool thanks to Sorare. Wow, that's incredible. That's really cool. So Matt's gonna go and watch not England. Matt's gonna go and watch Arsenal Liverpool, all because of Sorare. Did you win the tickets, Matt? Did you win them in a competition? Yeah, and the prices have been crashing for more than a year. Yeah, they have. We won them in a competition. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. I salute you. So yeah, incredible stuff. Please do, if you can, I'm sure you will. Please try and take some pictures or videos or whatever, and then let us all know how it went. But what a great game to go and watch Arsenal Liverpool. Incredible. As he said, thanks to Sorare. Yeah, well, the thing is with that, you don't actually need to... You can... Some people out there doing content can actually get tickets without winning a competition. For example, I could reach out to Sorare and ask for tickets, and they would probably give me some. So that's why I wanted to know whether he won them in a competition or not. And it's great that he won them in a competition, definitely. One thing that we were talking about, in case you guys were wondering why we're looking at Randall Leal, we just picked him randomly. We were just quickly talking about the prices in Sorare, because we got a question in the chat saying, why is it that the prices are still going down despite players doing good? And we were kind of talking about how it's all a supply-demand imbalance in the game. And unfortunately, the demand has just not kept up with the supply. And at the moment, there's no way for Sorare to remove the cards like from the supply. There's no way for users to remove the cards from the supply. All that happens is that the supply just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we're hoping that the user base can grow to the same rate as what they're minting. It hasn't been the case, right? Everyone can see it hasn't been the case because there's millions of cards in the game and there's probably a few 100,000 active users in the game. So the cards massively outweigh the number of users that we have in the game. And what we were just kind of talking about there is that like the prices over the last year or so haven't been so great. There was like a big, where was it here? Yeah, so back in kind of like January, I remember this actually because we were trying to do a series in January, a trading series from January all throughout 2023, and we had to abandon it. We had to abandon it because the market was so bad. The prices just couldn't really maintain. They couldn't maintain the value. And to be honest, look, he was quite high, Randall Leal, in the run up to the MLS, right? And then he crashed, and then he kind of went up again. He spiked again. Then he was kind of quite stable. He was a little bit up and down, but that's okay. And then around July, and I think this is quite common with a lot of cards, actually, a lot of players, around July, he just kind of then just crashed, and he's been quite stable, to be fair, but he's been stably low, you know? And I think that the list or play has played a big part in prices being fairly stable now, but they've been stably low. And so that's also the kind of the problem, isn't it? Is that the stability's kind of there, but stable at a very low value, at very low prices is probably not what people want. People want this to be stable, almost quite high, because then, you know, they can sell for big amounts of profit. They can then win cards that are worth more. But when it's really low like this here, and there's not much variation in the price at all, so that if he does really good, or if they did do really good, obviously he hasn't been playing. But what we're saying is that players who have been doing good haven't really been going up in price. They've just been mainly going down, or they've been going down too often, even if they've been hitting some amazing scores. So I'm very, very interested to hear what Sorare are going to like announce in the next update, within the next few weeks or so. List or play was the worst update for me. Yeah, list or play I wasn't a fan of either. At all. Fact is that actually old season got no value. So yeah, maybe they should give us an opportunity to burn the cards. But the old season cards do have value though. That's the thing. The old season cards do have value. Like if you've got an old season card and you've just been like sitting on it and just like using it, then it's gonna have value because it's gonna have like a lot of XP on it, right? It doesn't have the season bonus or anything. You can get a collection bonus on it still, but I think one of the problems is that there's just too many cards. That's the problem. There's just too many cards, right? So that's what it comes down to. There's too many cards. It's not rocket science actually at all with this one. Everybody can see that there's too many cards, even with list or play now. And it's just going to be really interesting to see what Sorare does to try and manage the supply a bit better. I think most graphs look like that now, massive drop and then stable at 50p. You're right, yeah, Wakey, they do. I mean, I wonder if there's another one that we could look at. Just a random one. Maybe Cosio. Let's look at Cosio here. Oh, price graph. Cosio's is a bit different, actually. But yeah, look. So the start of last year, around, he was kind of high, then he dropped, and he was a little bit up and down, kind of very similar to Randall Leal. Then he actually shot up around June, And then after June, mid-June, he just kind of crashed, and then he's been roughly around the same price. Probably his limited will give us a better... Oh, wow. Look at his limited here. So, yeah. His limited was a little bit more exaggerated compared to Randall Leal's, where his price was rising really high up until around May. And then it just crashed, and it's been roughly around the same price since, and it's been hovering around the 60p or so, hasn't it? Yeah, look, 53p, 53p, 53p. And this isn't really that good for the game. I mean, it's great that it's low like that because it allows people to pick up these players like really cheap, the low barriers to entry. They can build teams for basically nothing. But if everybody can build teams for nothing, then it just means that the game is too competitive then, because then everybody has the players that, because everyone can then afford better players for nothing. And then the players that you then win, of course, are just worth nothing too. So this is the problem. It's almost created a monster of its own making. So anyways, we were just talking about that. We got a little bit sidetracked. And what we were trying to do is we were trying to have a little look at any forward that we could maybe consider in rare for the midweek. So why don't we look at that now? Oh, and I would love to know what everyone chat as well about the current game economy, the current market. I'm sure a lot of you are going to be saying you don't like it, but what do you guys think Sorare need to do now to change the market, to change the prices, to change the way the game is run from an economic point of view? Like, what do you think they need to do now? Do you think they need to do anything? Because maybe you think they don't need to do anything at all, right? Maybe it's just a case that there just needs to be more, they need to just focus on more marketing. They maybe need to focus on more onboarding and making the game easier. Maybe you just think it's all about that. They don't actually have to do anything on supply. They just have to focus on the demand. And then if they can just get like millions more into the game in an instant, then we won't have this problem, right? But I'd love to know what you guys think. So let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat, please, if you can. I put on Twitter about a minimum price for a card, dependent on XP and the season. Yeah, I like that. I saw that as well, Wakey. One of the things, I actually kind of agree with that. One of the things that I've also mentioned in the past is that I don't think that rare cards should be getting to as low as limiteds, right? So I think there should almost be some hard minimum like values that the rares can't go lower than. Because we've seen in the past that rares are going for as cheap as limiteds of the same player. And it's like, well, when that happens, then it's just going to drag all the scarcities down, isn't it? So then it just becomes a case where the scarcities are getting lower and lower. So that in itself, just having like a minimum that they can't go lower than whatever on the market for, whether it be a season or the XP or the scarcity, would technically be able to raise the minimum values of cards so that they don't go to like stupid prices of 50, 60p or whatnot, right? I think it would be difficult for them to implement that now, though. But I think they could still do it. Balfour says to reduce the supply, there was too many cards on the market for the same player, and it will be worse in the future. Maybe reduce the supply per year for all scarcities, 500 limited, 50 rare, 5 super rare, and 1 unique. How would you reduce them, though? Like, what? I like your idea there. How would you want the reduction to work in the game? Where Sorare just kind of reduce the supply, the hard supply of the scarcity, or whether there's like a burn, because the burn mechanism has been talked about a lot, right? Reduce supply is the easy answer, but where from? If it's auctions, then Sorare need a new money intake, or rewards, people would moan. Yeah, you are right there, Sopsy. You are kind of right. If you stop minting if you mint less on the auctions and they make less money, but technically, here's the thing. They could make less money, but they could also make more money by minting less, right? Because if you mint less, then it means that less supply will increase the price. So if they mint X amount less, then it could be that they actually make more, but they've just got less cards in the market. And this is often an argument and a debate that people have, is that do they mint, what is it, like 100 at like £1? Or do they mint like 10 at £10, right? They make the same amount of money, but they're just minting less, right? To bring people on board, clarify that the game is safe. Most of my friends are interested but scared to put money into it. Are they really? What are they scared about? Are they scared that, what, it's a crypto project that isn't very safe, or like what's the fear factor for them? Because I actually think when you look at Sorare, I think it looks like a very credible project. Like from the outside, if I didn't know the game right like now and I looked at it today, I'd actually think, oh, looks pretty good. I'm going to check that out. And I'd check it out. And of course, at the moment, we have these free-to-play game modes where you don't need to put any money into it. So in that sense, you could just get started, check it out for free, and then it's almost like there's no risk for you to do that. So I don't really understand the hesitation for people to not get involved, especially when you can get involved for free. Maybe that's the thing that Sorare need to do. Maybe they need to be promoting the game more as try it out for free, like so that people then know that there's no like risk liability for them. They don't have to put money into the game. The game is saying try it for free in Rivals now or something. I never liked crypto whatsoever. The only reason I started playing Sorare was because it was about the football. That was also the same for me, Volts. I got more into crypto after I got into Sorare, but it wasn't I got into Sorare because of crypto. I only really got into Sorare because of the football. And I actually really liked the idea of winning $50 from a fantasy football team. I thought that was so attractive. The problem is now I will never tell my friend to come on Sorare because I don't want him to lose money. This here from Balfour, this is the point. This is the point. What Balfour just said, this is the big point. Yeah. If you've been playing Sorare already and you've seen the card values been going down and you've actually lost money on Sorare because the market has been pulled right down to the ground, do you then tell your friend, hey, come and play this game? You have to put a little bit of money into it, but I lost a lot of money, or I lost £100 or a couple of hundred or 1,000 to come and play this game, right? And I think the other thing as well, it's not just that, but I think the other thing why it can be a difficult sell is that if you know that most of the time the rewards that you can win are worth nothing, they are so low in value. Like we talk about this all the time, that if you're playing, for example, limited, right? Even if you're playing rare, right? Limited or rare, it doesn't really matter. If you're playing the competitions where there's no threshold, right? And you don't get kind of tier 3s and above, most of the time you're looking at a card reward that is really not worth the time, effort, and the money that you've put into the game because the cards are so low, right? And we've seen the same kind of complaint in NBA, in MLB, in football. Card values are too low. Card values are too low. Now, the one good thing for your friend that does join Sorare today is that because the card values are so low, it's almost impossible for the card prices to go even lower than what they're at because they are so low. However, the cards can always go lower. But what I'm saying is that if you can get rare cards for like £2-3, that's already really, really low. So that then they come in, they buy, say, a £2, £3 rare, and then let's say in like a year's time, it's down to like £1. For sure, like, they're not going to be that happy because they bought a card for £2, £3. It's now £1. But it's significantly better than the guys that bought like the rare card for £300, £400 that those players are now worth about a tenner. So I do get it. I think the point that Balfour made is really important. If you want the game to kind of be attractive, then word of mouth is like one of the most powerful advertising tools, right? And the best word of mouth is when people are making money. If people are making money in the game, if people are seeing that their cards are going up in value, if people are winning rewards that are decent value, then people are more likely to talk about the game and say, "Oh my god, you've got to get involved in this because, like, I bought a card for like £20, it's now £200." They'd be like, "What? What do you mean? Like, what is this game? You buy what? A digital card for £20? You did, and now you've got 10x what you paid for it. Okay, I want to check that out." Or I put together a thing for like £20 and I ended up winning a card in the game that was worth £200. That's kind of the best way I think you sell the game. Is that like, because there are real world value to the cards need to have the real world value because nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about winning cards that are worth £2 or £3. They don't. They don't. I don't think you're really going to be able to sell the game enough to managers that want to win £2, £3. Managers want to have the chance to win hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds, right? But they want to be able to win that without necessarily having to spend a lot. And so that's the tricky thing with Sorare, is that they almost have to make it so that you can still play the game relatively cheap, right? The barriers to entry are quite low, but then the potential for you to win is huge in the game, and that then whoever does win also wins things that they want to talk about. And people that are winning 60p cards just simply are not shouting from the rooftops, "Get involved in this game because I won a 60p card." They're just not. They're just not. So this is the problem. Yeah. What do you mean winning money? You will win a rivals ticket and be happy about it. Exactly. Yeah. Put that in reverse now. Bought for 200, now worth 200, now worth 20. Who would join? It's so true. Yeah, it's so true. It's true, Wakey. Because those people are, there's like a saying in marketing, isn't there? That if you have a really bad experience, then you're more likely to talk about that bad experience to like 10 more people, times 10, right? I can't remember the exact values, but you're more likely to tell 10 people about a bad experience than you are to tell about a good experience. A little bit different when it comes to making money. When you're making money, some people don't necessarily want to share that they're making money because they almost want to keep that as a secret, right? But certainly, what Wakey said, if you've bought a car for £200 and it's now worth 20, you don't really want to be like, you don't really want to be boasting about it because there's nothing to boast about. And then you wouldn't really want to be sort of telling others, like, get involved in the game because I've just lost like £180, right? So it's difficult. Also, the problem is the gameplay change every semester. It's hard to know how Sorare will be in 1 month, 1 year. I agree, man. Yeah, definitely agree with you. One of the worst things I think Sorare have done recently. Well, they've been doing it for a while, but I think that over the last year, they've definitely been a lot more guilty of it, is that they've been chopping and changing the game far too much. And they've been, when I say chopping and changing it, it's like they've been going one way. So we've all been thinking they're going that way. And then after 3 months, they almost do a U-turn and they're then going the complete other way. And then another 3 or 4 months after that, they then do another U-turn and they're then going the other way. And it's like, that is not a good way to manage the game, because that is going to piss people off. That's going to put people off. They're going to be turned off by that because it doesn't look like you have a clear direction where you're going with the game. And that also, as you say, people put the money into the game. They think, okay, it looks like the game's going here. Then they change it. And that change can then drastically alter your whole work, your whole investment, your whole plan and building and scouting and your time invested in the game can be undone. And then Sorare can then go and do the same thing again. So they've been really, really guilty of that. And that's been a bit of a frustration for me as well, where, like, for example, the fitness. I'm going to talk about the fitness here. Sorare, I asked Sorare, I said, how long had you been planning this fitness thing, right? And they told me that the fitness update and this whole fitness element had been planned for a couple of years or whatever. Now, you might not believe that, but that's what they told me. They had been planning that for a few years, right? So they'd been planning it for a few years. That's the direction that they wanted to go. Nobody knew it was going to go that direction. So all of a sudden, it was like they threw like an absolute bombshell on everyone because the game didn't look like it was going that way. Then they said it was, right? And this was part of a long-term vision for the game. But then 2 weeks later, they completely U-turned on it, which was technically the right decision because actually nobody really liked it. And I didn't think it was that good and I didn't think it was needed. But the worry with it was that if it was such an important thing that they'd been considering for so long and that they'd been planning for so long, but then they kind of U-turned on it really quickly, it was raising questions of, do they really know where they want to take this game and how the game is developing? Or are they kind of almost just winging it from every 3 months, and after everything they put into the game, they then kind of see where's it going to take us now? So I agree, man. I agree. I really agree. Like, it's so difficult to play the game when you don't know what the game is going to be. And we had a couple of people in the stream last week who were saying, should we be selling our cards now? Should we be, like getting rid of these types of players, right? Because they were thinking about what potentially could be announced in the game. And I was saying to them, don't do that, because all you can do is play the game in front of you until Sorare then change it. And then you then have to play that game. But we know that they're going to be announcing soon some windows. I think it's like, February and August are eventually going to be the windows each year, where those months are going to be where there's going to be some big changes or some cool changes to the game, which means then that in between those windows, you don't have to worry about changes, right? The quicker that they implement that into the game, then I think everyone can be a bit more at peace in their mind. But right now, and myself included, in a couple of weeks' time, within a few weeks, we'll probably have another update. And then in that update, I'm like 99% sure that Sorare are going to make a couple of announcements in there that are completely going to change the whole game again. They are. They're going to add something or remove things or change things in the game, which are going to completely change the game. And then that in itself is going to make it, it's going to have a knock-on effect where the cards that you then have may be better suited to the new game, but then you will also have some cards that will just not be better suited. You'll be worse off with some cards as well. And you have no way of preparing for it because they can just drop that out of nowhere. We don't even know when the update's coming. So they can literally drop it out of nowhere. And then they could drop it today. They could technically drop it today and say, this is what the game is going to look like in the next 3 months. And then you're like, wow, no idea like where that has come from. Got the threshold 4 times last few weeks, but my gallery is also down from 650 to 500. It's so demotivating. It is, yeah. It is demotivating. I'm the same. I've got, let me just bring up my gallery here. So I've got a few players that are on the rise, which is pretty good. I've also got some players that are, in fact, to be honest, look at this. I've got a lot of players that are on the rise. I've got a few players that are on the decrease here. And I don't really know why, to be honest with you. I don't really know why. I think my overall gallery is not too bad. Like Tapia's down. Like what? Like this is what I don't understand, right? This is genuinely what I don't understand. I don't understand why this player, who's a young up-and-coming under 23 forward that is expected to have a breakthrough season for Universitat Católica, and their season hasn't started yet. Their season is going to start soon, within like the next 3 weeks or so, right? What I should be expecting, and I think what is reasonable to expect, is that there would be an increase in demand for this type of player, right? But what you can actually see is that his price is going down. His price is going down a little bit, even though we're getting closer and closer to the start of his season. So I don't get it. It's super bizarre. Yeah. Was it the worst idea? Looking at how bad prices are now, we will never know. Yeah, hello to J-Boy Gaming as well. That's true. Well, we don't know, right? But I actually don't think that the fitness would have done anything for the prices personally. I don't think the fitness would have improved the prices at all, because I think the root source of the problem hasn't been fixed, right? So it reminds me of the list or play, where it was like a half measure to try and stem the losses, right? To try and stop the rot, or slow the rot. Not stop the rot, but slow the rot. But the actual root source of the game is that there are not enough players here versus the amount of cards in the game. And every day, Sorare are minting thousands more cards every day. I think they mint around, 5,000 or 6,000 new cards every day, something like that. Which then means that you need to be having more than that in the number of new users that come into the game, but then also stay in the game. Because that's the other thing. Sorare could be attracting, let's say, 50,000 new users every day. They could be having 50,000 new users signing up every day, and then they're minting 5,000 or 6,000 cards every day, right? That scenario technically sounds good. But then if let's say 50,000 sign up every day, but then you've got a churn rate where like 49,000 of them leave the game, you're actually going to be worse off, because then you've only realistically got about 1,000 joining every day, right? Because if 49,000 are leaving, but then you're still minting a fixed amount of cards pretty much every day. So the root source is still the problem. We don't have an actual solution to the root source. We need one. We absolutely need one. Some might not know he could have a breakout season, to be fair. Was a bit on and off last season. That's true. Yeah, you are right there. But there should also be enough demand for America players that's pushing their prices up. And actually, it's not the case at all. A lot of America players are going down. So it's not just Tapia. It's actually a lot of players, really. I think even like Juan Lucero. Look, why is Jean Lucero going down? Why is he dropping? Do you know what I mean? Like, why? He's like one of the best forwards in the Brazilian league. He's definitely the best forward for Fortaleza. He's got incredibly low L15. He's a proper goal scorer. He scores lots of goals. Why is he going down with the Brazilian league? On the verge of starting. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Ligma, my Joe Willis rare has been going down. Not sure what to do. Do you think they'll go up near the start of the season? I don't think they will. I don't think they will. No. I mean, I'd like to hope that they would, but you wouldn't expect a Joe Willis to be going down. You'd expect a Joe Willis to be going up by now. It could be that maybe lots of managers are going to start to realize like a week before the MLS starts, or a few days, they're like, oh shit, the MLS is about to start. And then there could be a bit of a spike there. But based on how the game is at the moment, I wouldn't hold my breath that he's going to be going up at all. Either Panda rare prices dropped £15 in a week. Hull not played since he signed. It's very strange. Thought he would go up in prices. Has he really dropped £15, Either Panda? We still need to look for a player, don't we? We're getting sidetracked. I still need to look for a forward, which we'll do in a minute. Has he dropped? Okay, so he was £200 on the 24th, and then he's now what? 182. This one was a little bit too high though, no? Maybe. Why has he really dropped anyway? I thought that was quite a good move for him, moving from Fortuna to Hull. So this was kind of like before he moved, wasn't it? And then he's kind of, this was when he was linked to them, though, or when he moved, and then he just kind of like crashed. It's a bit bizarre, no? Yeah, it has been a good stream, yeah. There's been lots of, I like these streams where we're talking about stuff like this because everyone's opinion is valued, and I want to hear everyone's opinion. There's like almost no right or wrong at all. And everyone's got an opinion about Sorare, which makes it so good to talk about stuff like this, right? I think you can make a decent threshold team for 150 euros now. Can't continue for long like this. No, it can't. It can't. You could actually, I reckon, make a very good threshold team in rare. I think you could make one for about £130. I think you could make one for £130. Should we try and make one? We'll try and make one, but we won't do it now. So if you want to see me attempt to make a very good threshold team for £130, I will do it on this stream. I haven't done it before, but I'm in the agreement with Thomas here in the chat that the prices are so low that you can literally make threshold teams for pretty much nothing, for peanuts, right? And I'm pretty sure that I could make a very good threshold team for £130. So we're going to do that soon. But what we need to do first, because we're on a bit of a deadline here, is we do need to explore whether we need to go and get a new forward for rare for this midweek. So stick around, guys. Honestly, we're gonna do a lot of things still on the stream. I will do a bit of a build for £130 to see what you can build for rare threshold for £130. I will do that. Now I've said it. But we need to check, first of all, whether we need a new forward here. So let's have a little look, right? Yeah, I forgot about the forward, right? A minimum card price and bringing on more players to fix the markets are not the things Sorare should be focusing on right now, in my opinion. That's cool. What things do you think they should be focusing on, Thomas? What do you think the main focus for Sorare should be? You kind of hope Sorare are also having these discussions of trying to better the game. You do, Anathaban, but you know what? I hope that Sorare are having these discussions with managers like us, right? Because I have to be honest with you, there's been a few instances in the past where we've seen some decisions that Sorare have made with updates, with game features, and it has honestly made me think, who are they talking to? Like, who are they talking to? Because like I like to think that we've been playing the game for long enough now, myself and you guys in the chat, that we all have collectively quite a good knowledge of the game and the things that we want, the things that we don't want, the things that we like, the things that we don't like in the game. And I don't know whether they're talking to enough of those types of people, because sometimes their decisions and the things they've announced in the past have made me question whether they are having the right discussions with the right people, and those people are asking the right questions about the game. And I think also now that they're playing the game, the team, hopefully, they're getting even more insight and knowledge now about the things that just fundamentally are not good in the game and that actually have to be completely improved, hopefully. But yeah, I agree, man. I hope they are having those discussions too. How do you know there will be an update soon? Because Sorare mentioned, I think Nicholas mentioned that in the first few weeks of February, there'll be a new update. So we're just waiting for that. Let's put a price here of £19 in. Okay. Let's have a little look at this here. They should implement a loan option where you pay a manager a percentage and have free use of that player for a time period. A lot of people want to have a loan option in the game. The problem with the loan option is that it then means that there is less incentive for managers to go out and buy players directly from Sorare. Yeah. That's probably the big reason why Sorare wouldn't do it. I think that Sorare could implement a loan system, which meant that they could control it so it doesn't get abused. So I know that Wakey's talking about it has been abused in the past, and it was. I think they could design a system so it doesn't get abused, really, and they have a better control over it. But what you have to think about is, what is the incentive for Sorare to do that? If they added a system to say, you don't actually need, if you're missing a player, you don't need to go and buy a player off us. You can just go and loan a player from another manager. If they took a percentage of it, great. That would be a revenue stream for them. But I think they want to be selling more cards rather than like loaning. Now, I don't think the idea is bad. I actually think the idea is pretty good. But I just think that from Sorare's point of view, they're probably going to think, we want to sell cards, and they probably have, as part of their licensing agreement, they probably have it in the licensing agreement that they need to be selling the cards as opposed to loaning them. But I like the idea. I just think that Sorare is probably not going to see the benefit of it. Yeah, I agree. It does happen in real life. Yeah, absolutely. Been monitoring the price of the common Pokeball, waiting for it to go down, but it keeps going up. Yeah, it's tied to the value of the Matic. So if the Matic is increasing, then no, sorry, it's tied to the value of the dollar. So yeah, if the Matic is changing and the dollar value is changing on the Matic, then the Matic will go up. I have to go to work, bro. Thanks for the stream. See you, Balfa. Thank you so much, man, for jumping in, and thanks for your input in the chat. I really enjoyed it. Right, here we go. Who do we need to think about bringing in, if anyone? And we've put £19 here. I think realistically, I need to look at someone less than £19. Probably £12 is what we need to look at here. Okay, we have 38. We have 38 players here who have an L15 of 50 or below, and these are forwards, right? That have a floor price of up to £12. We don't have good options. This is reminding me of what we done yesterday, where I was looking, but I wasn't really convinced. Now, this guy's kind of a newbie. He's not going to be playing, though, is he, Nyangbo? We'll have a quick look, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be in the lineup. If he is, we might be able to look at him, but I don't think so. Not Genk. Ghent, where are they? There we go. Yeah. Hugo Kuipers is in there. Laurent there is at 25%. So Laurent's probably a sub player. Yeah, I've done the same so many times, Ghent and Genk. I really have. I don't think it helps as well that both of their logos are blue. What are we looking for? We're having a look. It's not a serious look, but we are just entertaining whether we need to try and bring in a forward for the midweek in rare that has a low L15, that has a low price as well, and is someone that is expected to start or play. Because maybe all we need is a sub player. Because at the moment, we've got a forward here who's probably unlikely to even be in the squad, let alone start. And with this team here, even a sub player that gives us 25 points could be the difference between us missing out on the $50 or getting it. So a sub player will do. Like someone like Laurent, he could do. Like he's getting on the pitch for 25 points. That just might be what we need, to be honest with you. Did you get any further news on Uriti? I didn't. No, I haven't been able to find anything on him. Super frustrating, man. Atassa is at 50% to start. Let's have a little look. How much is he? He's £19.49. I don't mind this guy, but I don't want to trade. Like, in order for me to get this guy, just so you guys know, right? I would need to probably trade like 5 or 6 rare cards to get this done with a bot. If there is a bot that is actually selling him. There's Pug Trader. It's Pavel Trader, so we could trade with these guys, but I don't want to be trading 5 or 6 rares for this type of player. I don't know. We almost want to be trading 3 or 4, maximum of 4, ideally 3, which is why I'm thinking that we would pick like a really low cost player. Let's do sort by floor and ascending. Because honestly, guys, I'm not kidding. The more I think about it, the more I think that we might only just need a player that can give us 25 points here. Because this team technically could probably get around 250, 260 if the captaincy really pays off for us. So we probably don't need a starter here. It'd be nice to have a starter, but I don't think we need one. Right, so Niangbo's not going to play. Najee's not starting at all. He's not playing at all in his L5. Laurent there is £5. Ogben's a good shout. Ogben's a good shout, but Ogben's quite expensive. Ogben's about £20. And again, guys, what I'm trying to do is, if you think about it, I don't want to spend a lot on a player because we just talked about all the prices in Sorare just keep going down. So what I'm thinking about doing is we'll spend £5 or £6 or so to then potentially win £40, right? So we're trying to maximize the return we can get with minimal amount of investment. Falcao we could look at, but he's 37. If I'm going to spend like a 5 or so, I might as well get Laurent. I think we might bring in Laurent. Like, this is kind of the region that I want to be spending. Like, this guy started in the last game, great. He's actually not too bad. He's playing for a poor team. He's only £6.23, £7.28. We could look at him. He's playing for a team that's probably going to get relegated as well, though. Where are they at? Eupen. Yeah, so they've got Edmund now, which means that he's probably going to be a sub player, but he would likely come off the bench if he doesn't start. Thing is, it's Eupen. I don't think I really want to target a forward from Eupen when I think that this team is going to get relegated. To be honest, they're not doing that bad. They're not doing as bad as I thought. Wait, is it 20 minutes till deadline or 1 hour and 20 minutes? It's 1 hour and 20 minutes till deadline, yeah. He's been quite bad though, isn't he? Look, where is he? He's only got 1 goal, Finn Buggerson. Wow, that's so bad. Ed Amond, who they've just brought in, he's already got 1 goal himself, no? He's already equaled Finn Buggerson, and he's only just joined. No wonder they went out and got somebody. Okay, so in theory, I kind of don't mind this guy, but yeah, we'd only really be getting him to then get a score of like this here. We wouldn't really be expecting him to give us a score of 60. Why don't we look at bringing in Laurent? He's actually a pretty good player when he does get some starts, but who's selling him? Basilbot is selling him. Great. And Sahis is selling him. Thank you, Wakey, as well, man. Appreciate that. I think we're going to get Laurent, and we're going to hope that Laurent can come on for 25 points or whatever. So, let's do it. We need to work out who we're going to trade as well. So, Laurent. Okay, here's Basilbot with the 3.5. Got Sahis with 2.5, but we'll try and target this one, I think. It's quite a nice looking card, actually. Yeah, can you imagine? I do all of this. I get Laurent in the team, and then Urity then plays, right? And then we're like, shit. And then Urity goes and scores a hat-trick. Don't you have a few limiteds to trade with a bot for some cash? Not really, no. We've kind of traded most of our limiteds now that have value. We'll have a quick look now. We've got 107, and most of the limiteds now that we have are like less than £10. In fact, I think they're all less than 10. Well, apart from the goalkeepers here. And then there's a lot of limiteds that we can't touch at all because we're using them for community teams like the under-23 team, or I tell you what, we could trade this one. We've only just brought him in. We could trade him. We'd make a bit of a loss on him though. It's a bit of a shame. Look how cheap my limiteds are now. I mean, it's almost barely worth it. It's not really worth it. The only player that we could trade out would be Blazquez here. What's Urity's full name? You mean his name on Sorare? Because on Sorare, he only comes up as Maxi. You can only find him as Maxi. .01 as a cash wallet, and then you need to type in Maxi on Sorare and it'll come up as Maxi. We've only just brought in this guy. He's in a live cap 220, okay. But I don't think that really matters, does it? Because we didn't do that good in the 220. We've got a score of 239, which actually isn't really that great. But why don't we instead, there's probably a couple of rares that I can trade that I'm probably not going to use. Let's have a quick look. Okay. Pedro Santos, I think I want to keep. Hold off for now. Max Gradle. Max Gradle we don't really need anymore. How much is Max Gradle? Max Gradle's average is £4.71. Now, we did have him before, and we needed him because we had a Gaziantep rare collection, but I've just recently got rid of a few players from that collection, so I don't need him anymore. So why don't we do that? Let's see whether he would just take Max Allen Gradle for Laurent here. Hello to Stephen. How's things? Ready for the midweek? No, we're not. We are trying to get ready for the midweek now. Is Varul better shout than Bolat this game week? Varul's a better shout as a goalkeeper than Bolat in general. So if you're looking at those two goalkeepers, get Varul instead of Bolat. Let's send a trade. We will delete it. So what we're doing, Stephen, at the moment, in case you're wondering, and in case anybody else is wondering if you've just jumped in, is that we probably will have a DMP player if we play Maxi for the midweek. So what we're thinking is, well, why don't we just look at getting in somebody that has a chance of getting on the pitch, even for 25 points, right? Because those 25 points could be the difference from us not hitting the threshold and hitting the threshold. If we can pick up a player for like £4 or £5, even if we trade them, we could then end up winning £40, right? So it makes sense for us to do it. If we can do it, have we done it? He's rejected it because the offer's too low? Okay. Let's propose a new trade then. Let's do Max and Gradle, and then let's throw in a limited as well. Yon Boss subscribed. Thank you so much, man. Thank you incredibly for the sub and the 8 months, Yon Boss. Really appreciate it. Welcome back in. Should we throw... Let's throw a limited in as well. Maybe somebody that we don't really care if we have or not. Maybe someone like Martin Moorman. Let's try that. That might not be enough either, but we're going to try it. Surely he gets some minutes, no? Who? What, Maxi? I don't know the issue with Maxi. I genuinely don't know the issue with Urity. We can't find any information about him. But I think the who we're getting here should get some minutes, right? They want you to add more money. Okay. We're not going to send a lot. Maxi. I think he gets a bit of some minutes on the pitch if he's actually expected to start or be in the squad. The problem that we have is that we don't even think he's going to be in the squad. He might not even be in the squad. He wasn't in the squad for the last game at all, and I don't know what's wrong with him. I can't find any information. If anybody does have any information on Maxi Urity, then let me know. But I can't seem to find anything at all. And so what we're doing now is we're just trying to reduce the risk a little bit by trying to get... He sent us a counter offer. So, okay, so we need to find an additional £1. Okay. Now, we don't have £1, but what that means, I think, is that we need to probably throw another 3 limiteds in here. That should be enough to get it done. So we take the money off, and then what we do is we throw some limiteds in, which we think he's going to want, potentially. So we can throw in... Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Technically, we could throw in that Gradle as well. We might as well. So that Gradle, and then Martin Moorman. And then we could throw in... Cosmos is probably quite a good one, but I ideally want to try and hold on to him if I can. Jose Bolivar, we could also throw in. Would that get it done? Let's see if that's going to get it done. If that gets it done, that'll be lovely. If not, then we're probably going to need to... He wants us to add more money. Okay. This is a bit of a pain. He hasn't removed any of these cards here. It just says to me that maybe we are too low in our valuation. So if we do it again, then we add another limited card in here. Adding a lot of limited cards in here. Ivan Marquez. Okay, Ivan Audets we can throw in. How much is Ivan Audets actually? Because we're not using Ivan Audets anymore. He's just returned from injury. Ivan Audets is 54p. Of course he is, right? he's a limited card. Of course he's 54p. Didn't even need to check that one, really. He's surely got to accept this now, right? The value of this is quite good. Let's do it. And if he gets rejected, then we will... Well, last time we put some money in, didn't we? I don't want to do the money, though. Let's just do this to begin with. And if it gets rejected, then we can just throw 1p across to him as well. Let's see what happens here. Thank God for bots, right? Imagine if I was trying to do this with a manager. He wants us to add more money. Okay, so now what we need to do, I think, is we just literally need to add in that 1p, and then we'll see what else he wants, right? Wants more money, but doesn't tell us how much money he wants. So we have to try and trigger that response in the bot, hopefully by sending some money, which he'll then come back with. Oh my God. Okay. So let's forget about sending the limited cards. Let's send... How do we do this then? This is such a pain. I hope that this is worth it. I hope that we do actually end up winning the threshold after all this, you know. Let's throw another rare in. Another rare that we're probably thinking we're not going to use at all. The problem is who? Well, Yan Ho Ik we could send. And then that would be more than enough, honestly. That's actually, we're overpaying technically. Oh, look, he's £1. He's £1.9. Is he going to be enough? I don't know if he's going to be enough. We'll do it. Will he accept that? Right. Come on. Try the other bot. I will have to try the other bot soon, yeah. I really want this card, though, because it's got a little bit more XP on it. All right. Let's try the other bot. Yeah. We're getting nowhere with Basil bot here. And it's it makes sense to try the other bot now. Good shout from Connor. So let's try Sahis here. Okay, let's try Sahis now. So we're going to send exactly the same. We're going to send, where's he gone? Gradle. Let's just try that to begin with. Let's see how he's going to work here. He might tell us that we don't have enough as well, enough money. Okay, he's rejected the offer. Right. So why don't we send Gradle? At this point, it's just trial and error now, isn't it? Gradle and Yan Ho Ik, right? Let's try that now. I think this is the worst thing about trying to trade with a bot. It's very hit and miss, right? He's rejected that one too. Let's try a different tactic here. Oh, let's go back. Let's try a different tactic where we will trade our limited guy, our Blazquez, right? Let's try him. That's fine. And then send. Do it. That's fine. probably going to be rejected too. Maybe he counters us, and I don't think he can counter us though to say how much. We probably need to send the money amount as well, don't we? So that we know how much value we're missing from the trade. We did just send that, right? Yeah, we just sent it. All we're trying to do is get somebody that we can just fit into this team. And we have 1 hour to do it. Hello? Where are you, bot? Here we go. Is it a reject? He's rejected it. All right, cool. So we do it differently now. What we can do, we can trade. We will do the same. We'll throw this guy back in. And then what we'll do is we'll put a little bit of money. We'll send a little bit of money across, right? But then hopefully he counters us and he tells us how much more we need, right? Let's try it that way. Right. We'll get there, guys, eventually. We'll get there. Here we go. He's now sent us a counter offer. He doesn't want that card. He wants £5.8. Ooh. Let's try something else then. Let's go back. Let's do Gradle, Rare, Yang, Poetic, Rare, and then we do 1p, and then we see whether he's going to counter that. We've already got response here. He's countered it. Wow. Okay, so he wants 54p. We are, we're still short. We're still short, but at least we're getting close with this now. So we need to do another counter. We need to basically throw in a limited card here and then a little bit of money. And then I think we can get it done. So let's remove. What's happened here? Hello to FIFA man, how you doing? Oh, we need to refresh the page here for some reason. Oh, can we not counter it because we didn't change it? What's going on? That was a bit weird, wasn't it? Okay, we've got round it. And then what we need to do, yeah, good man. We're just trying to get some business done before the game week starts, right? And we're trying to navigate through the bots. How are you feeling about the midweek? Do you have a good team or a good couple of teams set up for the midweek at all? Who's the limited that we were thinking about getting rid of before? Where are we going here? It was, who was it? We'll give him 2 limiters, I think, because I think 2 limiters will get it done. 1 limited probably won't be enough. So Martin Moorman we were thinking of, and then who's the other guy? Jose Bolivar, probably. Let's do that. Oh, guys, what? Oh my God. Oh, come on. Come on. Is this a sign? I think this is a sign that we shouldn't be doing this. Let's try again. We were just about to send. All right, let's try it again. Just stick with Maxi. Yeah, we probably should at this point, shouldn't we? We're going to try. Look, this is really weird as well. Look. We have to switch it to this and it goes to a decimal point, which doesn't kind of technically exist, right? Because it's taking it from the ether and then we have to switch it to that, then switch it back and then it will correct it. That's so weird. That's a little bit buggy. Let's try that again really quickly. The player was Jose Bolivar. And then the other one... Actually, I keep forgetting the other one. Who was the other one? Oh, Martin Moorman, right? Yeah. It might be that he's not trained enough. Yeah, it might be. The universe is telling us something, isn't it? If we can't get this done soon, we will probably just abandon it. But I'd like to think that we're very close to getting this done now. So let's just try it. Right. We're doing all this for a sub player who's just going to give us a score of 25 points. But it could be a crucial 25 points, you know. Right, please do it. Please accept that now. Offer's been sent. Bolivar, Moorman, Yang Ho Ik, Maxwell and Gradle, and then 1p. He's thinking about it, isn't he? Usually Sahis is a lot quicker than that. Does that mean it's a good sign? It's not been accepted yet. Now we get the counter. Blocked, yeah. He does play, but he's a sub player. He won 54p before when we just sent him Yang Howick and Maxwell and Gradle. I feel like we need to be sending no money now. That's what I feel like we need to be doing. We just need to be sending the cards that give the value and just hope that we get it right. Like, he wanted 54p without the limited. We'll send another card as well. This is such a freaking pain, honestly. Just for this is what makes the trading so annoying in Sorare. We're going through so much pain to get this done. Let's throw the Stojkovic in here. Right. That's got to be enough, surely, isn't it? A Bolivar, a Stojkovic, and then 2 rares. It's got to be enough for this guy. No money we're sending at all. We're just literally saying we want to trade these 4 cards for that 1 card, and this value of these 4 cards should be more than enough for this value of the rare. Right, let's try it. He doesn't value any cards at all from the looks of it. Come on, let's see what happens now. What if he does not come on? What does he not come on because then not winning? It's a risk, right? There we go. Jesus Christ. We got it done. Wow. I was starting to think to myself, what do we have to do to get this player? We got it done. Right. So we've just brought in Lauren Deportra. I don't think that's how you pronounce his name. I never know how to pronounce his name. Depoitra, something like that. Lauren, a lot of you guys already know this guy. He's now a sub player, but we brought him in because we wanted to have somebody that can at least give us some type of points here, right? Maxi could be out of the squad again. He was out of the squad on the 27th of January. We need to have a player that has the chance to get on the pitch, right? Lawrence not going to start. He's going to be a sub player, but he has an opportunity and a chance, more of a chance than Maxi, where he's going to come on the pitch and give us 25 points, right? He could give us more than 25 points. He could come on the pitch and he could score a goal. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we at least get some points from every single one of our players in the threshold team. The reason being is that I think that we do have a good chance to hit the threshold with all 4 of these players here. And what I didn't want to do is not try and get somebody who can at least give us 25 points here. And then all of these guys smash it, but then we end up missing the threshold by like 25 points. And then we would have been like, well, why did we deliberately play somebody like Maxi, who we thought was potentially going to be a DMP player, when all we needed to do was bring in a player that can potentially come off the bench for 25 points. So we've done it now. Laurent's going to go in there. We're going to keep everything else as is as well. And this is our team. What we also need to do, that being said, this is our team for threshold at the moment. We'll have a quick double check on Play Sharper. So, yeah, let's have a look at Centroiden. We've got Bocat, and then we've now got Laurent, who's probably going to be a sub player. That's fine. Then what we've actually got Anto Grigic, who should play. There's not a projection for him, but I'm expecting him to play because there's been a few injuries for the position that he's in. And he done very well in the last game. So I'm expecting Anto to play again. Morales should play. He plays every game. So Morales, I'm not aware of any injuries or suspensions with him at all. So we've got Morales there, and we've got him as the captain. And then Hervé Kofi is also the number 1 for Burkina Faso. And they're actually playing today after the game week starts, right? Why are there no projections for this at all? I mean, we know that he's a starter, but for others that don't know, they're probably relying a bit more on the Play Sharper experts to put their lineups out for this. There's no lineups for African Cup of Nations at all, which is a bit bizarre. So yeah, guys, what do we think? Is this team going to hit the threshold or not? Let me know your honest opinion. Do you think this team can hit the threshold for me in the midweek? So this midweek game week, is this going to hit 280 points and deliver $50, which in my currency is £40? Can it do it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Seems like Fornals and Ben Rama are on their way out. Fornals, Real Betis, and Ben Rama to Lyon. Wow. So Fornals to Real Betis and Ben Rama to Lyon. That's a good move for both of them, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't think so, says FIFA. So he doesn't believe we can do it. I think a lot of whether we can do it relies on our captain Morales. If Morales hits a mad score, then I think we can potentially do it. If he just hits a bog standard 50 score, we're not going to be able to do it. So it all comes down to Morales, really, I think, this team. Arthur doesn't think so either. Oh, it's going to be so cool if we can do it now. We did have so much of a headache, didn't we? Thank you, Mark. Hello to you as well, man. I didn't realize you was in the chat, but hello to you, Mark. Servus. I'm a believer. Twitch Gaming says, I'm definitely going to keep you guys posted on it. So I'm going to be obviously tracking it really closely. If the team looks like it's about to hit the threshold, or if it does hit the threshold, you can expect a massive tweet from me, because this will be a huge win for us to get the $50 in the midweek from a team with deliberately a sub player in there. And imagine if we just about do it and Laurent comes on and it's the 25 points that we get from Laurent that just gets us over the line for 280. This would be so cool. This would be really cool. I mean, obviously, if Laurent doesn't come on, then we've not really lost anything, because we were kind of expecting that Maxi, if we played, would probably not get on the pitch as well. So I think it was worth doing. We were also able to shift out a few more limited cards as well, weren't we? And a couple of rares that we're just not going to use anymore. So it's kind of worked out, I think. And hopefully it works out in the game week. So capture 40 rare is good. And then, I forgot, I haven't done my academy teams. So I've just remembered, make sure that you guys do your academy teams as well. We'll do ours in a minute. Now what we've got is we have, oh, okay, our cap 240. We have to put a DMP goalkeeper in here. Let's put Blazkett, the guy we were trying to sell, let's put him back in. And then we've also got Morales here. So our game week does literally revolve around Morales. We need Morales to hit a mad score. If Morales hits a mad score, we have a very good chance of hitting threshold in rare and threshold in limited. If he bombs, then it's over. It's going to be over really quickly. So it all comes down to Morales here. We've got in midfield Ailman, which I like. We've got our front Godin. We don't really have any other options, unfortunately. We've got our Luton Town options, but we need to use them for the Premier League Winter Special, which we need to double check in a minute, actually. So Matty Godin comes in here, but I think it's gonna be difficult for us to hit the threshold with Godin in there. And then we have Issa Kabor, who is playing for Burkina Faso. I think this is fine. I mean, it's not, but because we have a DMP goalkeeper and we've got a forward that is, we have a forward that just seems to love to score 30, right? 32, 32, 32, 39, 37. So we probably shouldn't expect to get anything good from Matty Godin. And then we're not getting anything probably from this guy. So yeah, it's going to be a struggle, I think, to hit the threshold in limited. But again, it comes down, I think, a lot to Morales here. So that's fine. We confirm that team. So this is our team for Cap 240 Limited as well. I think it's about as good as what we can do with the players we've got for the midweek. Okay. And then what we've also got is Cap 220. Oh, hello. Now, we didn't switch in a new goalkeeper for Cap 220 because we didn't have yesterday enough options in limited to put out a very solid team. FTS want to help me choose a lineup. I don't know what competition to go for. Tell us your lineup and then we'll tell you the competition. Finished 116th in League One Semi-Pro. So another tier 4 for me and back-to-back card awards. You're loving it, aren't you, Twitch Gaming, in the Semi-Pro? Like, that is your forte. Like, Twitch Gaming is the Semi-Pro guru. I don't think you're ever going to move out of Semi-Pro if you're constantly winning rewards in there. It's too good for you. It's treating you too good. Free Tip Scout, do you think I hit the threshold? Tagliamento, Chilwell, Coombs, so Sven Coombs there, Summers, and then Damian Fernandez. That's actually quite good. Yeah, I quite like that one. I think you do hit the threshold, Arthur. Yeah, semi-pro, full pro, isn't he? I don't know what lineup to go for. My name is Eric, accepting all kinds of offers so you can know what I'm working with. We'll have a little look if we get time. Yeah, we'll have a little look if we get time, which we probably will have time. We need to get our lineup sorted first, and then if we get time, we can have a little look at you, man. I'm not expecting this team to do anything good here. Allison in goal. Amari Bell as the defender. Lagonga in midfield. Colton Morris up front. And then Chong, who's a sub-player at the moment. We do have another player. We've got Matios de los Santos, but he's not going to play, I don't think. We can check it, but I don't think he's going to be starting. No. Look, he's at 10%. Is he moving to the Paraguayan League? Is he really? Who's he moving to in the Paraguayan League? I quite like the Paraguayan League, and I'm hoping that Sorare can add the Paraguayan League because there's lots of goals in the Paraguayan League. It's an over 2.5 league. Penarol. Oh, cool. They're actually a good team. I mean, it's not good for me because it then means that we have a card that's not covered, but it's probably good for him because if he's not going to be starting for Velez, he does need to be starting somewhere. He's a good defender. Let's have a quick look at Jordan's prediction for Luton to see whether it's changed or not. It hasn't, which is good. It was updated yesterday at 2:16. Okay. This is about as good as what we can do in the Cap 220. Yeah, it really is, to be honest with you. So that's fine. Okay, so this is our Cap 220 team for the midweek in limited. And then what we have is we've got our Premier League Winter Special. And we really want to try and do good on this one because it's our last opportunity. This is the last game week in the Prem Winter Special. So we want to try and end this really cool competition on a high. We've got Kaminsky, Gabriel Oso, the legend here, Alfie Doty, who is clearly the best player for Luton Town. So we have him as the captain. And then we've got Adebayo up front and then Ogben. So we've got two forwards, which technically is probably not the best strategy against Brighton. But Ogben as a forward's quite good to have because he can score unusually for a forward. So, which is why I think we want to do it. Do I think Luton will do well? That is a good question. I'd like to think that Luton at home against Brighton could make it really difficult for them. As Luton at home are really, really good. Brighton are the better team. We all know that. I don't think that Luton can get a result here. I want them to. I want them to at least get a draw or something. I've just got a feeling that Brighton are going to be able to edge it. Like maybe 2-1 to Brighton. I think Luton will score, but Brighton just have a lot more firepower and they're tactically a better team. They're a fitter team as well. And Kenilworth Road is quite a small ground and the pitch feels very clustered, very claustrophobic. I think Brighton will be able to outpass Luton quite easily. And because the thing with Luton is that they're a hard-working team, right? So they can often, they know that they're not the team that will be able to outplay the other team, but they should be able to outrun them. And their fitness level should be very, very good. I think Brighton are actually a very fit team, which means it could be tricky because then your one strength is not your strength then, because that is also the other team's strength. So I think Brighton will probably win it 2-1. Yeah. They're not that good away from home, are they? No. And they do concede a fair amount of goals. So, yeah, maybe having two forwards is not too bad. I think if we didn't have two forwards, guys, then what we would have to do is we would have to play Adebayo or Ogben. Also, Colton, I don't really understand how they're going to have Adebayo. Oh, actually, I do. I hope that Ogben... I hope that Adebayo doesn't get dropped. Adebayo, Morris, Townsend, Ogben, Barkley, Lagonga, Doughty, Bell, Oso, Mengi, Kaminsky. Yeah, this is pretty much, in fact, this is exactly the same team projected from Jordan. Jordan Morris technically could do good in this game, but Adebayo's been a little bit better than Morris recently. If we didn't put Adebayo there, then we could... Oh, we've got an arena ticket. We completely forgot about that. There we go. We need to think about arena soon. if we took Colton Morris out, I don't think we could take him out, could we? Even if we wanted to, because then we would have 42 for who? Like Ogben or Adebayo? No, we can't do it. Look, Ogben has 47 in his L15. Adebayo has 43. So even if we wanted to switch Adebayo out of our winter special, we wouldn't be able to play him in here because then he'd be, look, 1 over. So we have to keep it as is, even if we didn't want to. But we can't. I think we want to, right? I think we want to do it like that. Kenilworth Road will be rocking tonight, no doubt. I think Fiago's there at the game. Yeah, I think he's gone to watch it, which would be quite interesting. But yeah, I think it will be rocking. It'll be a good experience for anyone that's going. So here we go. This is our winter special team. This is our last chance to get a good reward from the winter special. To be honest with you, I've been really impressed with the winter special. I've enjoyed it. What have you guys felt about the winter special? Have you liked it? Do you enjoy it? Do you want to see more competitions like this at all? Because I've enjoyed it a lot. Like, I haven't even had a very good team to put out for it. All I've been playing is my Luton Town collection. And I've ended up winning, I think, about £45 from it. And my whole Luton Town collection cost about £75. So I've won a nice amount of rewards from it. Fiago is rooting for Luton, so Brighton will win, which is good for me. Looks cool, but haven't participated in it because I didn't have the cards. Oh, really? You didn't have enough Premier League cards? You wasn't interested in picking up a few at all, FIFA, for it? I think the problem with it was that when they announced it, the Premier League cards obviously went through the roof, didn't they? So if you didn't have a Premier League card, then you'd have to almost end up paying more than what they were technically worth in the market. And now, obviously, it's the last game week. All the Premier League cards have basically crashed over the last few weeks because people realised that there's not much more reason, even though technically there is. But if you really bought the cards for this competition and you've already used the cards and earned enough rewards, right? For the first 9 or so game weeks, and you're probably thinking, well, this is my chance to cash out, get my money back, and then I'll be in massive amounts of profit. So that's what a lot of people have done. I hope they just decide to extend it. I don't think they're going to be extending it, but I think what they'll do is they will do another, maybe not winter special anymore. They might do one called a spring special or a summer special, right? And then it might be for a different competition. So maybe they do this for the Bundesliga or they do it for the La Liga. That's probably what's going to happen. The Premier League was a nice way to kick off that competition, but they want to try and sell cards of different leagues now, don't they? So the smart thing probably would be to have enough Bundesliga and La Liga cards, and it will probably be one of the two, or it might be both of them. They might even do an MLS one. Who knows, right? And probably they'll want to do the MLS one in the summer once they have released the new cards, because then the requirement will be to have, 2 or 3 of the new season cards, right? So probably the MLS will be the summer one. Yeah, I agree, Sopsy. I think the summer one will be the MLS, won't it? And then the spring one will probably be, as we talked about, as you just mentioned, the Bundesliga or La Liga. Played like halfway, then sold my cards. Arthur, you done it the right way. You definitely done it the right way, man. Oh, okay. Don't forget about your academy teams. I nearly forgot again. We must do our academy teams right now. So let's do them right now. Here we go. That's fine. Don't forget your academy teams, guys. Okay, let's do this as well. Okay, we're missing a few players here, so we're going to look for the rare players that are not in a lineup, like Zalahi, for example, and then Zampedri. Lovely. In fact, actually, yeah, let's do that. We might actually need to take out some of the limited goalkeepers we've got in here as well, so that we can get the double on the rares. Hold on, what's going on here? Ivan Smolcic, we need to be building up XP on him. And then Academy Team 4. Okay, we have one player missing from here. We've got a load of rares, actually. We don't have enough Academy teams anymore. But there's no way I'm spending 15,000 Sorare coins on getting an additional team. It's far too expensive. How have they kept it at 15,000? Their pricing is all over the place, isn't it? Michael Hoyos, there we go. Jens Peter Haug back to Bodo Glimt on loan, soon to be announced. Oh, God. I'm a little bit annoyed to hear that, because Jens Peter Haug is one of my favorite players. I had his rare a long time ago. I had his limited a long time ago. And I was looking at Peter Haug's rare last week when I was bringing in loads of new rares, as you guys know. And he was about £20 or so in his rare. I think he was even a little bit less than that, like 15 or something. And I was thinking, oh, I'd love to get Peter Haug back, because all he needs is a move to another club that he is going to be a starter at in a league that is a little bit more suited to him. If he moves back to Bodo, he's going to start smashing it. I bet his price is going through the roof now, isn't it? Thanks for that as well. Yeah, Bodo's team is looking really good now. I thought that Bodo's team over the last 6 months and a year didn't look that great. But yeah, look at his price. It's just shot up, hasn't it? A few days back. Look, I was looking at him when he was around here, when he was around 16, 15 pounds. I should have done it. Because I really do like him. I think he's great. He's just had a really horrible kind of 2 years or so. When he goes and starts playing for Bodo again, he's going to start doing that. Hitting scores of like 80, 70. Bodo have done some really good business. They absolutely have. You still think he's good value? He probably is good value, isn't he? £40, but yeah, when you kind of had an opportunity to buy him for 15 and then he's then around 40, you're like, I don't want to. Like, for me, the window's gone. The opportunity to pick him up is gone. But technically 40 is still not bad for him. Yeah, because it probably would increase a lot more when he then goes back to the Norwegian Elite Syrian. And the great thing with him is that he's going to be fresh now, where he's going to have a whole new season ahead of him, right? So his utility now for the rest of this year is going to be amazing, because the Elite Syrian runs from April through to November, December. I think it's November, which is amazing. Did you end up buying a forward for the next game week? I did. Yeah, Pirek, I did. We brought in Laurent. Brought this guy in, who we know is not a starter, but it doesn't matter, because I don't think we need a starter to hit the threshold this week if we can get a big score from Morales and then Bocat. Like, I think we just need somebody to give us some kind of a point. So we were able to trade a few players in exchange for Laurent. And then we just hope that Laurent gets on the pitch, gives us the 25 points, but then we're already at around 260, 255 with the other 4 players here. Let's go back, because we need to do one more academy team. Okay. We have one more academy team, and then we might need to... How can Kaminsky be in the academy team? How can Kaminsky be in this academy team when we have him lined up in the Premier League Winter Special? What? Okay. We're going to fix it now anyway. Let's take him out. And then, oh yeah, okay. So we want to be building up the XP on Dominguez, for example. And we also need Slovic in one of the slots too. And then Pappy's a good one. Yeah, we need to be building up XP on Pappy. And then we also need to have Carlos Garces in there. Like that. And then we need to take out one of our limited goalkeepers. Not Lovro, because we need him for the under-23 team. Tascaram, we technically need to keep him in because we are running a stack with him. We need to keep Tangvik in as well because we need to get him ready for under-23. Yeah, we need to take Moser out. Take Moser out. Put Jakub Slovic in. And there we go. Yeah. There we go. Do you know why Gezos is so cheap? I bought one for 60p. Because the game is a bit broken. He shouldn't be 60p. So the fact you've got him for 60p is brilliant. Yeah, I don't think he should be 60p, but all the limiteds are getting driven down to 60p. Okay, I think we're good. One last check here. In fact, let's check it on by looking at our lineups here. Okay, so Premier League Winter Special is fine. Cap 220 is also fine. The Premier League Winter Special, the second one, is not fine, but it's a throwaway team. This is now better, the Cap 240, because we now have a forward that has a chance of scoring some kind of a points for us, right? So that's fine. And we have the captaincy still on Leonardo Morales there. We've got the captaincy on Morales in Cap 240. We're going to be trying to hit the threshold in limited with 4 players here because we don't have another starting limited goalkeeper. And then the rest of our teams are just academy. So we're good. We're golden, guys. We are good to go. All right. I think what we can do very quickly is, this is always quite a fun thing to do. We can activate the free Tip Scout Fund coupons right now. We can do a pick my lineup because I think those ones are quite fun to do just before the game week starts. Because if any of you guys are fretting, you don't quite know what you should pick for your lineups for the midweek, then you can basically redeem that free Tip Scout Fund coupon. I will then look at your gallery and I will show you the players that I would pick from your gallery in the competition that you want to play in. I will pick your players for you and show you the team that I would have picked for this upcoming game week. Aston Villa have signed Morgan Rogers from Middlesbrough, says Twitch Gaming. I love it. Twitch Gaming, you're like our transfer tracker, aren't you, in the chat? I love it. So cool. What games is everybody playing on Rivals as well today? Here we go. Nottingham Forest, Arsenal. What games are everyone playing in Rivals? Let me know. I still don't know what games we're going to do in Rivals, if I'm honest with you. We're not going to do... we are not going to do Luton Town versus Brighton because I don't really trust that game. And we couldn't do Luton because we have all the Luton players in the limited, which means that if we pick them, we would then potentially lose in the arena quite hard, which is another weird thing that we talked about yesterday. You're going to do the Newcastle one? What are you going to do in the Newcastle one? That's a horrible game for Newcastle. It's a pretty good one for Aston Villa. But I don't think I would still back the Aston Villa players to massively outscore the Newcastle ones, even though they've been really poor away from home. I had 2 non-arena matchups yesterday where I had only commons and my opponents had limited or rare. I don't mind that though in the friendly matches, right? The unranked matches, because it doesn't really matter, right? But you definitely mind it in the arena where it does matter. You don't want to be being paired up with a rare team when you've only got a common team in a ranked match, and then you end up getting outscored because their bonuses in ranked in rare just obviously are going to outscore you. But in the friendly, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I don't really know what we're going to do. I mean, the young boys against Yorodon Sport's quite good, but everybody will pick young boys, right? So that then what we have to do is we have to make sure that we pick the right young boys there. What's a game that managers might think is not that good or not that obvious to be good? Maybe the Deportivo Cali one is a good one because they have a good, like a decent amount of players. And look, no one's really challenged me for that. It's also a risky one. Haaland will return to the squad tomorrow but won't start. And KDB will be ready to start tomorrow. Thanks for that, Twitch Gaming. They've got a great fixture, haven't they, Man City? I think I might want to do the Gymnasia one. But the problem is that we can't. Ah, man. So this really sucks about Rivals, okay? Because I think I might want to do this game because I actually quite fancy Gymnasia at home. But if I'm going to do Gymnasia, which I think I want to do, I want to pick Leonardo Morales, right? Because we picked him for my Captive 40 in Limited and Rare, and he's my captain. I think he has a chance to hit a big score here. The problem is that if I pick Leonardo Morales in the Rare, it then means that my lineup is then subject to be playing rares, limiteds, like full teams are limited, full teams are rares, super rares, uniques, right? And I've only got one player, one pro card from this team, and then the rest would be common. So this is the annoying thing. Oh, I hit my mic there. This is the annoying thing about Rivals right now, and this is why it needs to be changed because I want to be able to play this game, but I don't want to be at a disadvantage to play it. And by playing my rare card of Leonardo Morales, I won't actually have an advantage. I will be at a big disadvantage because my team will then probably end up playing a full team of rares or something. So I don't think we can do this game, unfortunately. This game is a good one because you would expect Club Brugge to smash Kortrijk. We have a cap budget of 260. Maxime's 57. Hans Vanaken is 60. Then we only have 86 to spend, and we'd want to pick Thiago here. Then we've only got 32. Which kind of is a bit of a problem, isn't it, really? Because we wouldn't even be able to pick someone like Bjorn Meyer. I mean, Philip Zinkernagel's really good here as well. But, you know, if you're going to do Bruges, you almost need to do Vanaken. And then this guy here, Thiago. If we wanted to play... Bjorn Meyer for 38. Thing is, though, is that Bjorn Meyer and De Kuiper, they don't tend to play together very often, do they? Imagine you would have to put your lineups in Arena with the deadline too, so you don't see who's starting before kickoff. That would be stressful, yeah. Big time. That would be horrible. I'm glad they haven't done it like that. I really like this back line. If they do it with Maya on the left and then Maxime on the right. Just don't know how we can get that team squeezed in this cap. Because we won't have enough to pick Maxime. We'd need to find 6 points, which would mean that we would have to sacrifice Vanaken. And you don't want to be sacrificing Vanaken. Like, we could do Zinkernagel and then we're going to be able to do it, but if you play Bruges, you need to be playing Hans Vanaken. So I don't actually think that I would do... I don't think I would do this game if we can't pick Kuiper, Maya, Vanaken. No. Like, this guy's good too, but, you know, you need to be picking Vanaken. Like, he's the GOAT of the team. Yeah, Nielsen's good. Nielsen's good, but the problem here is that Nielsen doesn't have the high upside, right? Like Vanaken has. So you can fit him in, but this is the problem when you pick a really strong team, is that you almost need to try and do it so you pick the 5 best players, right? If we pick Casper Nielsen, he's fine, but then if somebody has a Vanaken and Vanaken explodes, right? And he's been able to put a Vanaken in and then kind of be smart with the other picks, then I just think we're going to lose, right? We are going to lose. I wouldn't pick a team of Bruges without Vanaken. That's basically what I'm saying here. Like, who could we pick instead of... Who's a 32? Yeah. It doesn't really work. No, it doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And if we were to pick Maxime and then Maya, then we've got the 2 fullbacks in an attacking team at home, which can then work really well, then combined with Vanaken in the like the number 8 slot. Yeah, we can't do it. I don't think it's going to work. So that's out. I don't think I want to do any championship because the championship's too difficult. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what games I'm doing. We need to try and do 3. Which tactic would you go on that, though? The Gegenpress still? No, probably not the Gegenpress. Probably I would do shots on target or the passing one. You don't pick Arena before lineups are in. I forget to go back and check the DNP. Cercle Bruges could be an interesting one, but in fact, we can see their form, can't we? Look. Cercle Bruges' form's okay. They haven't really got a lot of big scoring players, though. God, look at Leicester City at the moment. The last 5 matches, and these guys have this score here. 65, 64, 62. Wow. This is technically a good one. Leicester City at home against Swansea. They've been quite strong. I don't really trust the Championship because anything can happen in the Championship. It really can. Let's have a quick look at it, though. You know what's really funny? The Arsenal one should be sticking out at me, but it's sticking out at me because I don't trust it against Nottingham Forest. I actually think Nottingham Forest could beat them, which sounds weird to say, but I think that that's the type of game that Arsenal could slip up on. Okay. Swansea have been kind of poor away from home, and Leicester have been very good at home. If we'd done the Leicester one, we would do Mads, then what? Yannick, who's got us an average of 65. Also got James in here. James Justin's pretty good. But he's quite high at 59, so we'd probably do Yannick at 65 instead. Oh, they're all quite high, aren't they? This is the problem here. Like, I like Keenan Dewsbury Hall. Yeah, they're all quite high. Nah, I don't think we're going to do that one. All right, okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then in 5 minutes' time, we're going to come back and we're going to look at the new game week so we can start the lineup build for that. We're also going to receive our rewards on POOKY, and we're going to start to do our weekly strategy on POOKY to win more money, and we'll do some free Tip Scout Fund coupons as well. So yeah, this time I am going to put it on a break. Yesterday I had a bit of a shocker where I didn't put it on the break. I ended the stream. Yeah, so we're definitely doing a break. Don't worry. I'm going to do the right button this time. So quick 5-minute break. Then we'll come back. Don't go anywhere. Stay connected. And I'll see you guys in 5 minutes' time. All right, guys, we're back again. We are back. The old man fell asleep. No, I didn't. I didn't. I'm here. I'm alive. I'm awake. We are back again. So, the game week has started. The midweek game week has started. Game week 446. The new game week for the weekend, game week 447, is open. We're going to quickly dive into it. Oh, yeah, he says that. Here we go. It has started, but we need to refresh the page first of all. Let's have a quick look here. Okay. So there's no additional new competitions apart from the special weekly, which has already been added into the game. There might be an additional one that gets added in. Often what we find with Sorare is that they will kind of announce something after the game week started and then they will add it in. They do that from time to time. But yeah, for now, let's just crack on to see what we've got to work with for the weekend. All right, let's take these guys out really quickly. Okay, so Slavic. Who's my forward? Okay. I'm not so sure about the forwards at the moment. Ivan Smolcic has a home game against Istral. That's really good. Oh, our defenders are really good. Okay. So we could do Smolcic and then we could do... Oh, my God. Oh. This is so annoying, this little bug in the game. We take all the cards out and then it will just like replace the cards that we're putting in and reset the team. So annoying. It happens every week. Look, it's just done it again. I wonder if it does it again. If you're not watching the screen, please watch the screen. We take these guys out. I wonder if it does it. We take these guys out, and then we want to start. We want to start putting in our players into these positions, right? And then when we've started to do it, it then resets the team. Look. Oh, man. Okay, so I think what we have to do, because this is a bug which is stopping us from actually picking the team, I think what we actually have to do is we have to go and delete the team. So go, delete the team, right? Then refresh the page here. And then try it again with a brand new, fresh team. So register, because now technically there is no previous team for the game to be wanting to replace our new team with, because it kept pulling our old team in. There is no old team anymore. We're starting from scratch. So that's how you get around that. It's a really weird, it's a really annoying bug. It happens to me every single game week. And I just don't know why. Does it happen to anyone else at all? It's just the auto build trying to help you win. No, I think the auto build, there is no auto build first of all, but it's trying to stop me from winning, from taking more money from Sorare, I think. So yeah, that's the way you get around it. If you're ever experiencing that kind of bug, just delete your team and start again from fresh, and then you won't have that. So, Slavic, Smolcic, Zalahi. Then we have 79. Advanced's been playing really good. And he's got Vitesse as well. If we'd done Santelli, we would then only have 33. And we are going to struggle to find someone at 33 that can play. But if we done Advancing, we would have 37. That's also going to be a struggle. Look at Lyndon Salahi, he's 58. We can't play him. He's too high. That's the problem. Lyndon Salahi at 58. It's too high. Instead, what we probably need to do is play Leonardo Morales here as our threshold defender for 51. Yeah. Morales for 51. And then what we could do here is we could play Kadri for 50. We've also got Zaper. God, Zaper would be going up against his old team. That could be quite a good one, but I quite like Kadri at home to Charleroi, who aren't that good defensively. So we could do that, and then we have 44. That still doesn't really help us, though, does it? Wow. No, I don't think Zaper's injured. He played the last game. He was injured last year, towards the back end of last year, but he's back from injury now. He played the full 90 minutes in the last game. This is actually tricky. And it's tricky because Slovic has a high L15. Hervey Kofi we can't pick because he's at the AFCON. He might have a fixture that falls into this game week, depending on how they do today. If they get through, he probably will have a fixture, I think. So, alternatively, we could then do Hervey Kofi. Then we could do Advancing, and then we have 51, which would allow us to do Smolcic or Zalahi. But that is depending on whether... whereas Browers, I traded him out. Yeah, Browers is gone. Yeah, he's gone. He done really well in the last game, didn't he, Luke Browers? Yeah. He got a score of 71, but I traded him out. He would have been a good option to have for game week 447 against Fortuna. And he's got a couple of other good fixtures coming up. Yeah. The reason I switched him out, or I traded him out, is because I bought him for £13. And at the moment, he's kind of around £35 or so. So I always try and trade out people that I'm making 2.5 to 3 times what I paid for them. So when I switched out Browers, it allowed me to get Slovic and Dominguez, right? The 2 goalkeepers that I needed. Peter Moose's price is getting quite high. £124 17 hours ago, and then £110. Holy shit. Bought this guy for £40, give or take. I'm not going to sell him, I don't think. I might consider selling him if he ever got to kind of like £150 and above. But essentially, he's going to be a forward that will smash it And I mean, he will absolutely smash it in the MLS. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if his price got to £200 in the rare. Are you going hard on All-Star in the summer with Dominguez? Probably, yeah, FIFA. With Dominguez, it kind of gives me the option where if his L15 ever got really low, which it probably wouldn't, but let's say that it didn't have as good a season last year and that he has a couple of games where they just concede a few goals and his L15 takes a bit of a hit, I might then start using him in Cap 240. But most of the time, I'll be using him in All-Star or America. Yeah. So Morales is the defender. Kadri as the midfielder. Hopefully we get Kofi. If not, we'd have to try and do Slovak and then rework the team. But for now, let's just assume that Kofi is going to get through with Burkina Faso today, and that they're then going to have the next game in this game week. Victor Edvardson's really good here. But Victor Edvardson's also really good for Cap 220. So if we done Santelli again, we'd only have 47. Which means that technically we could play Philip Heiser, which actually isn't bad. And then we could have the captaincy on Heiser, for example, or we could have it on Kadri. We could even put it on Morales, but again, I don't really like to captain Morales when he's playing away from home. So we could probably do Kadri. Let's do that for now. It's only a first draft. He will be back regardless, yeah, but I don't know whether he would immediately go into the team, you know? If he returned back from the club, they might just give him like one game just to kind of recover. So I don't know whether he'd be available for that. How we doing? We're doing good, Beast, yeah. How are you doing, man? How's everything going for you? Let's do our All-Star Rare next now. So Smolcic in there. Probably Pappy. Probably Pappy here. So we have two defenders here because he has a home game against Kayserispor, which is actually pretty good. And he has an L15 or 52. Yeah, probably Pappy here. And then up front, we could do Carlos Garces if we think that he's going to be fit enough to play. If not, then we could do Ante Esseg, who has a really difficult game, but he'll be available for this game again. And he might have a chance to score. But now let's put Garces in there. Like that. And then we give the captaincy to Salahi. Let's do that. Yeah, rude. I've also seen that too. We've told Sorare that most people want to have it as the lowest price, right? And so then they changed it because it wasn't the lowest price before. It was like the most popular or whatever it was, right? And then I looked at it the other day and they had also changed it so that then my default filter was most relevant. So I had to keep changing it to lowest price. And I kept saying this to Sorare. Like I keep saying it on everything that Sorare do, they need to give users the choice, the ability to change it how they want it. I keep saying the logo for Sorare, the slogan, sorry, is own your game. Well, own your game says that I want to play the game my way. So just give people the option to change things in the display, in how they navigate the game. You know, like one of the things that's just I think is so easy is that when we go into the market here, right, and we go into the manager sales, okay, this is what Rude's talking about. So rather than it defaulting here to show me the players by the lowest price, right, or the newly listed, it's now defaulting to the popular player. Now, we can change it to the lowest price, right? Sure. But I think it keeps defaulting back to the popular player because it was doing that to me like a few days ago. So I have to keep changing it to the lowest price, right? A really simple fix here is to just put a setting in the settings, right? You put it in the preferences here, the global preferences or whatever, and you basically just say, you give people the option where they can pick the default filter on the marketplace. Is it going to be popular player? Is it going to be the lowest price or newly listed? Give people the option to choose so that then they don't have to keep changing it, and that they can just always see the cards naturally based on the default filter. It's such an easy fix, really. And it's just about giving users the option. Or remember the last choice, exactly. What's happened here? Why can we not go into the Cap 240 anymore? Oh, this is because it's this game. Okay. This game week. All right, so Cap 240's done. All-Star Rare's done for now. That's a good start. Cap 220 Rare. This one could be tricky because I don't think we don't have a limited goalkeeper. Well, we do. We don't have enough. Who would we do for this team, though, if we were going to do it? We'd need to play Cossio or Eric Bocat. Cossio's 48, Bocat's 49. Let's do Bocat here. Anto Grigic is 55. That makes it really tricky for us to use him. Zapa's 49. I mean, technically we could use Anto Grigic, but then we'd need to have a really low-cost forward, which we have, and then a really low-cost goalkeeper. So if we done Grigic here, I mean, to be honest, he doesn't even have a good game. He's up against Basel. I don't really want to target Grigic against Basel. I think Basel have been shocking, though. We looked at it the other day. Basel are, I think, second from bottom. They are in a relegation battle. So it's probably not a bad game, actually. But we're still going to struggle to do it, aren't we? Because then Victor Edvardson's going to be 42. Then we've only got 25. I don't think we do it. I mean, 55 to play a player like that in Cap 220 is not really the way. So we take him out. And then what we do instead is we put in a kind of a cheaper option if we can. If Maxi's available, then Maxi will work well here because he has an L15 or 31. If not, we could maybe play Luca Hugebar if it looks like Hugebar is going to start. Because even if we put Cossio in, we're then only going to have 32 for a goalkeeper, which is tricky. And we don't have that at the moment. Let's put a placeholder in here for now. Yeah. I think with Basel, the name just strikes fear into me that I don't want my players to face them. Under 23, we could do really quickly, I think. Who else do we have that we bought as part of our under-23 squad? Yeah, the only other player that we've got is Odilon Kosanu. He did play, actually, in the AFCON in the last game, but I think that we would probably keep this team as is, wouldn't we? Unfortunately, our goalkeeper, Mash Kick, is going up against these guys here, which is a bit horrible, really. But I think we probably keep the team as is, and then we put the captaincy on Fruk. What do you guys reckon? I think having the captaincy on Fruk or Yankovic is probably the play. They have the home game against Istra. That's so true. Yeah, Rudesh are down, aren't they? No matter what they do now, they're down. It's kind of like a semi-throwaway team. In fact, we don't need to put Peter Musa there because he's definitely not going to play with a contract at Dallas waiting for him. Anto Grigic we could put in there, though. And then... Oh, we're really struggling for rares now, aren't we? Well, Cape Verde, didn't Cape Verde get through? What happened to Cape Verde? Yeah, they got through, right? Oh, their next game is on the 3rd. The round of 16 winner. So, yeah. Jamiro Montero will be available. He'll be playing in this next game week. So we could put Montero in there. Do a team like that. How many rares do you have, Rude? I mean, we're not struggling with rares, but it just looks like we don't have enough options really for the rares. And technically we do, but we're just trying to stretch all our rares out across too many competitions. We're spreading ourselves too thin, basically. That's what I'm saying. But we don't really need to. Who do we play here? Let's do Kevin Krause. I don't think it really matters at this point. I don't think anybody here is realistically going to be playing. Oh, hold on. Let's do Caviccioli. Most don't start or don't score a no goalkeeper yet. 14 is quite a nice number, though, without a goalkeeper. So basically, all you need is a goalkeeper, and then you're going to be on your way. Which goalkeeper are you looking to get? Let's do this here for now. Whoever is cheap in that moment. But, like, when do you expect to get the goalkeeper? Our Cap 240, I think, is going to be pretty easy to do. Yeah, we just keep the same guys in. Apart from we might change Cordova because he didn't start and he's technically probably the most risky pick here. But for now, we keep him in. Here we go, confirm it. Cap 220. Oh, okay. Cap 220 could be a little bit of a an interesting one. Who's our goalkeeper for this week? an Archie Penner away to Deportivo Alaves. You should expect them, Barcelona, to finally keep a clean sheet there, wouldn't you? Let's do it. Ter Stegen might be back by then. We keep Morales in. Brahim Elman's in here as well. Same with Matteo Maric, is pretty good. We've also got Jamiro Montero. So what we could do... Could we do Elman, Montero? Or maybe we could do Maric and then Elman. That'd be 106, which would then leave us with 26 for the forward. We couldn't do it. Probably not. No. Benjamin Santelli needs to be played here for 46, which then means that we have to play just one of those guys, like Matteo Maric or Elman. Oh, this is against Boca Juniors, so let's do that one. And then we have 33 for the remaining position, which means that we can look at Ryan Gilles we can look at, because he should then be at Hull City. So yeah, let's put Ryan Gilles in there. There we go. We're going to concede in the first minute. I don't know what clean sheet you're on about. Probably you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. It's a shame that we're saying that about Barcelona, that they will probably concede against Deportivo Alaves. Ordinarily, you'd expect Barcelona not to, but they've been so bad at keeping clean sheets recently. They haven't looked like the Barcelona that we all know. This isn't a bad 220 team. This is okay. The problem that we've now got is we don't have enough limited goalkeepers to challenge on other fronts, but it's also not a problem because limited is really not what we want to be competing in to win a 60p reward. So why don't we do Pappy in here and then Brahim Elman in All-Star, and then we can do probably Anti-Airseg here. Yeah, we can. And then we can put like Cosnu in here just to fill the numbers up like that. And then in our Cap 270, we could just do, yeah, we could probably do something like that. Gimba is what? Injured. Okay. But then we have Montero. Don't think I really want to play Benji, though. And we've got Matt Godin and we've got Mitrovic. So let's put Mitrovic in. And apart from that, that's probably okay. We've also got Alexis Cossio as well. Let's put Cossio in there like that. And I think that's okay. Have you seen the Karlsruhe Hamburg game? I haven't, but I did see the scoreline, yeah. I will die because of heart attacks supporting this club. I don't think there's any other teams that we can do. I mean, we can throw a team into kickoff, but it's not going to do anything because we just have this like throwaway team. Here we go. Fiago spotted. Oh, did you see him at the game? Cap 270, 240, 220, All-Star. I think we're good. Right. Let's get on to winning some more money, shall we? We're going to head over to POOKY. We have 10 rewards to open on POOKY. We've got money to claim. We've got POC tokens to claim as well. We already have 1,981 POC tokens. We're going to get 516, which is incredible. If you want to play this game, then please do use the link in the chat because you will be able to get a ton of freebies from that link, and you also help to support the channel. So claim the rewards here. I'm going to show you how we won 9.48 Matic as well, and how it only took 1 minute of our time to do. And if I can do it, you can do it. You don't need to have any knowledge at all. You don't need to know anything about football. And you can win money in this game every week with 1 minute of your time. I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we've now got 2,497 POC, and we have 10.261 Matic, which is about $8 here. What we're going to do, first of all, we're going to come into our collection. We don't have any Pooky balls to upgrade. This one is close to, so we need to ideally use this one this game week because it's at 100%, but technically we are like, look, we're like 15 points, 15 PXP points away from getting an upgrade. So we need to use it somehow. The rest of them, we are not able to upgrade them, so that's fine. We can upgrade our stickers, which I think we're going to do now. We're going to upgrade the 1-1. I'm going to take this one up to 30, level 30. Okay. Don't do 3-2 in the Argentinian league. That's not how you win. I love that you done that challenge though, Sopsy. If there'd have been any over 2.5 games there, you might have done okay, but it was not a single over 2.5 game in the Argentinian league last weekend, guys. Not a single game that had 3 goals in it. Can you believe that? It is the Argentinian league, so it's a very low scoring one, but even for the Argentinian league, that is unusual. So out of the 14 games that were played, there was not one game that went over 2.5. Oh, what are we doing here? I think this is fine because that is the max level, isn't it? Yeah, this is the max level. We're going to max this one out. 40 is the maximum level. Great. We're also going to level this one up. The Wales one. An extra level to 43. Okay. Done. Okay, great. Okay, so all of our stickers are upgraded now. Cool. Guys, don't forget. Oh, hello. Who let the dogs out? Thank you so much to Yippee-Ki-Yay for the raid, man. Welcome into the party. Welcome to you guys as well that have jumped on with Yippee-Ki-Yay. Thank you for the raid, man. How's everything going for you guys as well? Do let us know how your weekend went in Sorare. As you might have guessed, we're just looking at Pooky right now because we're trying, well, we're not trying to. I'm going to show you guys how I'm winning money every week. And it's taking a minute of our time to do. Was 5 viewers, but 3 left, I guess. No worries, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the raid all the same. Crap weekend, threshold, and 2 tier 5s. Well, you know what? Your crap weekend was way better than my weekend. I didn't win a single thing. No card awards, no threshold. It was a write-off weekend. So I'm jealous of your crap weekend, man. I really am. We won. Let me show you how we won it. Game week 62. We came 22nd in the Argentinian league. We won 9.48 Matic, which is about £6. And all we done was we put the same score in, 1-1, for every single game. And we ended up finishing 22nd in the world. And it took us 1 minute to do. And we're going to do something very similar we need to plan out how we're going to spend our energy, because the game week has already started for the Argentinian League. So we've already missed the first game. So I think that we're not going to do this anymore. We could get involved in it, but the fact that we've already missed one game means that I think we're just going to skip this one entirely. So instead, what we could do, we could do the Premier League twice. So we need to do the German League. We need to do the German League because we have a German ball. So, yeah, we need to do the German League, and then that's going to take 90 energy away from us here. Then we could probably do the Premier League one. And then whatever we've got left, we could then pay it forward into the Argentinian League or the German League, but probably the Argentinian League, this one here. Oh, but this one starts on February the 3rd. This one starts on Saturday. Hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay. And then they have more on Monday. That's not going to work. This would work. Okay. How do we spend it? So let's say we've got 240. Well, actually, we can make 23 predictions, can't we? This is 10. The other Premier League one's going to be 10. Right. Let's do it like this then. German League. Okay. Pick this ball. The German ball. So we have a German ball here. This is our German ball. And then what we're going to do, we've been doing a lot of 3-2 because the 3-2 gives you quite a lot of points, right? 4-2 gives more points here. And 4-1 also gives quite a lot of points, but the 4-2 is quite interesting. We could also do 1-1s in here, which should be really off the beaten track. If we were going to do 1-1s in the German League, then we're hoping that the German League is not high scoring. What would be the 1-1 here? 578. This is a question of whether we do our usual strategy where we think that the Bundesliga is going to be high scoring, and then we just pick a high score and we put it across everyone, or whether we want to try and be a little bit different by maybe putting the same score for every game but doing a low score, so that then we're trying to catch a few low scores that might happen. What could be the low scores that happen here? It's always quite tricky to try and figure out what the low scores could be in a very notoriously high-scoring league. Cologne Frankfurt could technically be a low score. Technically, it could be. What would we get if we done 1-1? Only 267. So they're already thinking that this is going to be a low-scoring one, which puts me off doing the 1-1. Because ideally what we want to do is we want to put the same score for every game, but then every game gives us a potential to earn around 500, 600 points per game. If we're going to do 1-1 and then one of these games gives us 267, I don't think we're really going to do it. 3-2 pays out quite nicely with 646 there. 4-2 is exactly the same. I think this one could actually be a weird kind of 3-2 as well. Might even be a 3-2 away. Okay. That one looks good for 3-2. How much would a 3-2 be here? 554. And then the 4-2 would be the same. The 3-3 would be huge, wouldn't it? Okay, I think we're going to do 3-2. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Listen up and give it a watch. We're going to do 3-2. Technically, Heidenheim could beat Dortmund, but I think we're going to do Dortmund 3-2 here. So 3-2, done. Okay, and then we're going to do 3-2 here, which probably would not happen because it's Darmstadt and it's Leverkusen, but let's roll with it. 3-2. Bochum. Let's go with Bochum 3-2. And then Mainz Bremen. Let's do Mainz to win 3-2 for 704 points there. Bayern Munich to beat Gladbach, I think 3-2 for 554. Then we could do Freiburg versus Stuttgart. Ooh, this is a tricky one because Freiburg could technically win it. 6-13 versus 6-3-4. Stuttgart have been very good, but Freiburg at home are also pretty solid. So let's do Freiburg to beat Stuttgart at home. Let's do that. You could equally do that the other way as well, though. And then let's do... I don't really like Cologne at all. I'm not a big fan of Frankfurt, but probably if we backed Frankfurt here, we get a nice amount of points, don't we? 624. To back Cologne at home to beat Frankfurt would be 646. Now, ideally, we don't want that to happen because then it means that Kevin Trapp won't get a score of 100, and then I can't give £100 away. What do we reckon here? 3-2 home or 3-2 away? I don't really like Frankfurt, but Frankfurt have a better attacking threat than Cologne. So if we were going to go for that type of scoreline, we should probably do that, no? I think we're going to do it. We've done it. And then let's refresh the page here. Hat-trick David Selke, yeah. Wolfsburg, we're going to do 3-2 to Wolfsburg at home. And then for Leipzig, we're going to do Leipzig to win 3-2. Wow. Leipzig to beat Union Berlin 3-2 is 724. We take a little bit of that. Perfect. Okay, so it's pretty much, that's how easy it is on Pooky. We've done it. And then what we can do now is we can do another league. We'll do the Premier League. We're going to do the Premier League, and we're going to do Match Day 23, which are, these are the games which are happening on the weekend, okay? Now, if we want to do well, we have to do something different here. Because we don't have a Premier League ball. We have an over 2.5 ball. We have an under 2.5 ball. Everton, Tottenham, Brighton, Crystal Palace, Burnley, Fulham, Newcastle, Luton, Sheffield, Aston Villa, Bournemouth, Nottingham Forest. Okay. Right. There's a potential for a lot of upsets here. So what we're going to do, we're going to do this here. We're going to use the over 2.5 ball. This gives us an additional, 54% on over 2.5 and then 30% on the home. We're going to do, we're going to do 3-2 here as well. And I think what we're going to do is we're not only going to do 3-2, but I think we're going to back a lot of the outsiders to win 3-2 as well. So if we've done Everton to beat Tottenham 3-2, like that, and then technically we should be looking to do Crystal Palace here, but I think we also need to try and be a little bit smart. We already get a lot of points for doing 3-2 for Brighton to beat Crystal Palace. And again, home result, home outcome, and we have a boost for home. So where we can, we need to be trying to do the home here, 3-2. That's a lot. Obviously, you get more for doing Crystal Palace to beat Brighton 3-2, but I mean, that would be some cool, wouldn't it? Let's do that instead. Burnley to beat Fulham. I'm doing it. I'm doing Burnley to beat Fulham 3-2. And then we're going to do, Newcastle versus Luton. Now, again, technically we should be doing 3-2 here. If we backed Luton to beat them 3-2, it's 813 points. Can you imagine? 813 points for Luton to beat Newcastle 3-2. I'm doing it. Done. Sheffield to beat Aston Villa. 756. Aston Villa to beat them there would be 607. We're going with Sheffield United here. Bournemouth to beat Notts Forest, I think it's going to be 3-2. I don't, but that's what we're going to do. The other way round would be 700. That's actually pretty good, because Nottingham Forest could beat Bournemouth 3-2. They really could. So I think we might actually back the other way to try and get the 700 points, because that's a very good points total for Nottingham Forest. So let's do that. And let's do Chelsea to beat Wolves 3-2. And then, Man United to beat West Ham. I don't actually think so. Technically, it should be. But it's freaking Man United, isn't it? I think we're going to do West Ham to beat Man United 3-2. And then I think we're also going to do Arsenal to play Liverpool. 638. 657 for Liverpool to beat Arsenal 3-2. And the other way round, 3-2, is actually we get lower points for Arsenal to... We're going to do Liverpool. Of course we're going to do Liverpool. We're going to do Liverpool to beat them there. he's lost it. He's gone mad. And then Brentford to beat Man City 3-2. What do you reckon? That's one we're not going to do. Although technically we could do it. We could do it. We could maybe think that maybe Ivan Toney gets like some crazy hat trick and Man City have a shocking day in the office, right? If it was 3-2 the other way, it's 601. Man City really don't lose very many. I think we are actually going to do Brentford to beat them 3-2 for 878. Done. Done. Right, loads of 3-2s, a couple of 3-2s away. Most of them are 3-2 at home. We're backing Brentford to beat Man City 3-2. We're backing Sheffield United to beat Aston Villa 3-2. We're backing West Ham to beat Man United at home 3-2. We're backing Luton to beat Newcastle 3-2. So if you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck? It is that type of strategy where you are trying to go big. You're trying to win big in a small amount of games, right? I'm not trying to win every game that I'm predicting here. I'm just trying to hope that we can get one game correct, exactly correct, because then we'll be able to win a huge amount of points from just one game. And then if we can be correct with enough of the games here where most of them are over 2.5, that's then going to be able to carry us over to win a ton of money and to place really high up. So this strategy is not about trying to be as accurate as possible. This strategy is like a high risk but high reward strategy where we are trying to go for less accuracy and just a bigger hit in one go.
Welcome to the real world.
Thank you for the follow, Sorare Journey. Hello to Matter as well. We now have 49 left over. We are one energy shy of being able to make 5 additional predictions. We also probably need to save 9 energy to update our predictions, because what will happen as we get closer to the game starting is that the odds will change. So we're going to need to save some energy to update the predictions, because then we might be able to get even more points than our original prediction. So what we're going to do is we're going to pay 40 forward into the next game week. Maybe we spend 40 in here. There's no odds available yet for this one. Okay. So what we can do instead maybe is we can predict in the German league. Yeah. So we can also predict in this one here for the German league. And what we can do here is we can do German league ball again. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do 3-2, but I'm going to do 2-2. So all my games are going to be 2-2 or 3-3. Did we do 3-3? I think we're going to do 3-3. Let's do it. So Dortmund-Freiburg 3-3. And then Gladbach-Darmstadt is 3-3. Like that. And then Bremen-Heidenheim, you guessed it, is 3-3. Which actually I think it could be, to be honest with you. And then Frankfurt-Bochum is, of course, 3-3. Okay? Now, what we've done is we've pretty much spent all of our energy, apart from we've got 9 left over. And that's perfect, because now what we can do with that 9 energy, it costs 2 energy to update your prediction. So we can obviously then, 2 times 4 is 8. So we can update a further 4. What we could also do as well, if we really needed to, is if we felt that we needed to update 5, but we don't have enough energy, we could increase our energy by 1 by spending, 5.14 Matic to do it. Okay, so we wouldn't do that. I thought it was a lot cheaper to do than that. We definitely wouldn't do that. That's far too much. That's like half of what we've got just to get 1 energy. It's completely not worth it. If this was a little bit cheaper, then I think that we might do it. But yeah, we're not. It's just so overpriced there, in my opinion. It's too expensive. It's far too expensive. What is your strategy in the Bundesliga? We've just done it. You might have just missed it because I think you've just jumped in. We're doing, I think we were doing what, all 3-2? Yeah, all 3-2 in the Bundesliga. Here you go. And then for next week in the Bundesliga, we're going to do all 3-3. And also to let everybody know, because this is quite a big thing actually, guys, I'm giving away this week in Beat the Base, I'm giving away this sticker. If you don't know how massive this sticker is, and I'll tell you, this is the rarest sticker to get in the game. You have the lowest chance to pull this sticker in the game. I think you have like a 1 in 200 chance to pull it. It's the rarest sticker in the game. It's a common sticker, but it is this international special sticker is the rarest to get in the game, and I'm going to give it away. And any of you guys can win it. You just need to predict in the Premier League.
Welcome to the real world.
In match day 23. Thank you also for the follow there, Furison. Welcome into the channel. Okay, so Hervey Kofi and Issa Kabor are starting, which is great. We expected that. I just hope that Hervey Kofi can produce a really good score now for us and get us on a good start to hitting the threshold for the midweek. Yeah, cool. The giveaway's open for everyone. Yeah. You need to be on POOKY, you need to be playing POOKY, and you need to add me as a rival, and then you need to predict in match day 23 of the Premier League. Let's come out here. Gonna open up some more free tip scout fun coupons, I think. Oh, you know what I said I was going to do? I said I was going to build a threshold team, didn't I? For, well, yeah, I said I was going to build a threshold team for £130. Why don't we do that? I nearly forgot about that. So why don't we do that? So, right at the start of this stream, we were talking about Sorare, and we were talking about the economy and the market and how prices are getting lower and lower. And we were also talking about how it's becoming so cheap to build teams now that it's almost unsustainable for the game to be making it so that you can win X amount of money that's fixed, but the cost to do so to hit that is lower and lower and lower. And somebody mentioned on the stream earlier, you could kind of like you could build a team for around 130 euros or 140 or something. And I said, well, I think you could probably do it with £130, to be honest with you. So we're going to put that to the test now and try and build a threshold team conceptually for £130 in the rare. And probably what I'm going to do. Hello also to Lost Sight. Yeah, Lost Sight, I think. Yeah, I've had a camera for a while now. Yeah, so if you've not been on the stream for a while, yeah, we've had this for a while. So yeah, welcome back in. Okay, so goalkeeper-wise, one of the goalkeepers that I'm thinking I would put in here, just because he's so cheap at the moment, would be the goalkeeper that I've just bought myself, which would be Slavic. Because at the moment, Slavic is about £113 on the market right now. And he is the new number one. It's just a case of him finally playing a game for them. So he would be technically 113. And then I'm saying that we would need to then try and do it for another 17, which could be a challenge, right? But let's see if we can do it. So the other position that I need to really try and do now is a forward, because the forwards are the tricky ones to build for and they're expensive. We'd need to try and find a forward for £7 or £8 or something, which is going to be difficult. Let's have a little look. I mean, we've already been looking at those types of forwards, but we're looking at them for the next game week that is already in play right now. If we just look at forwards in general, and we say that we're looking at all kind of types of forwards, but we need their price to be really low. Let's have £10 as the absolute maximum, even though we need to be getting in for a lot lower. Let's filter that for now. That is going to give us a ton of options, so we're going to need to filter it down. Right, we get 579. Keep in mind, we're trying to do this for threshold, right? So what we could do, we're not interested in people that aren't covered. So let's take those out of the equation right now by saying that we only want to see Global All-Star. It's given us Gonzalo Higuain, who's retired. Okay, who have we got here? Right, good. Let's take out any guys that are going to have an L15 of over 50, which I don't think there's going to be many, but we're going to put the filter on anyway. 50, we have 230. I don't think that's going to change much. There we go, look. It takes away 3. Okay, so that's fine. Then what we're going to do is we are going to try and find, of course, a forward for threshold that has good AA. So we're going to put the AA on the L40 at 5. to begin with. Now, it's not a deal breaker if we don't find anyone, because we have to be realistic with what we're trying to look for here and the price that we're working with. But if we can get a forward that has good AA and is also pretty good at scoring goals too, then we will try and take them. Fidel's in there. Interesting. Then we've got, okay, he's not going to work. Yeah, Aaron Apoku's not really going to work either. Okay. Florian Flecker's not bad, but he doesn't actually really start. So why don't we do this then? Let's take that off. Let's put in the, instead, let's put in the L15. They should have started around 30% of the games, which is actually low. Okay, we want that to be a lot higher. Let's just try and remove people that are not reliable starters, because for threshold, you really need to avoid them. Yeah, so this will bump up our search results to 57. And now we are getting a little bit more better options in here. Matt is in there. Okay, we can bump it up a little bit more. So now what we can do in the L5 is we can focus on someone who in the L5 has started, I'd say 50%, combined with the 30% in the L15. And then that would give us around 20 or so. There we go, 14. And then have a few players here. Okay, Giarsi's in there. He's a sub though. It's still a little bit of a struggle. We have Kevin Gamiro in here, who we really don't want to buy, or we wouldn't want to get. He does start and he does okay. I think he's injured at the moment, though. Yeah, he's injured at the moment. And technically, we could get him. He wasn't really starting at the beginning of the season, but now he is. Well, at least he was until he got injured. So he could be one that we could look at, right? As a cheap option, a cheap starting forward with a low L15. He's less than £10 as well, which is kind of what we're trying to do. And with our budget, we have, what, £17. So if we spend 8 to bring in Gamiero, then we would need to then pick up a couple of real cheapies for the defender, midfielder, and the extra slot. Why don't we whittle this down a little bit more? Because we know Gamero is 9. Let's take that down by 1. Okay, we take that off. And then let's also take this down to 30% there and then filter that. Okay, we get 25 again. There's Finn Bogerson, who's not quite right. Morales is in there, but he's a sub player. Within this price point, I actually think that Kevin Gamiro is the best option here. £8.32. Let's filter this or sort this by the floor as well. So Gamiro's right at that top end, but in theory, we get a starter who can give us good level of scoring. He doesn't really have good AA. If we started to put a filter on for AA, then what you'll find is that Gamiro will just disappear. If we put 5 on here, Gamiro's not going to turn up anymore. He's going to disappear. He doesn't have any AA. This guy is kind of cheap, but not really a big fan of this guy, if I'm honest with you. He doesn't really do enough. I don't really like the team either. He's another alternative, though, because he's £8.32. He's younger than Kevin Gamiro. He's got quite a lot of starts, to be fair, to his name. At Hartberg, he has started in 37. He does actually hit into that middle range a little bit more than Kevin Gamiro does. I mean, to be honest, he's actually a little bit better. Just a little bit worrying that he wasn't starting as much towards the back end of the winter break. So that's probably the risk that you take with him. But then you kind of get like a lot better AA. We've also got Douglas Vieira in here. Douglas Vieira's like knocking on a little bit. He's actually a good player, but he wouldn't really fit into the team that we're building here because we'd kind of have European players and then a J-League player. So almost want to try and have them all from the same kind of continent if we can, for threshold. We'll have a quick look at Dominic here. Was doing very well. Then he kind of tailed off a little bit. He actually scored. Look, he scored the only goal in their friendly 6 days ago, which is a good sign for him. I think his record overall, because he's a winger, I think his actual attacking returns for goals is not that good. Because most wingers will tend to provide more than they'll score. Some wingers are different, right? But generally speaking, they get into the wide areas and then they kind of provide the goal scoring opportunities, right? If you look at his actual attacking returns, so he's got 54 goals and 38 assists in 442. That's not too bad. When he was at Lask, he had 21 goals in 87, 11 assists in 87, which is good. For Hartberg, it's not been as good, but then Hartberg aren't actually super strong. I think just to mix it up, we could put him in. Let's do it. So if we put him in, we could, as I say, we could equally put in... oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah, okay. We could equally put in... Gamiro. But we get someone who's a little bit younger. £8.32. Who's got better AA scoring as well. So this is £122, which means that we would need to try and get an additional 3 players here for around £8, because initially I said 130. This is a challenge. I have to be honest with you. This is a real challenge. So if we looked at a defender, we'd need to find a defender, probably 2 defenders here actually to keep the cost down. We'd need to find 2 defenders that would be around £3 or something. Let's change this entirely. How are we doing on the cap as well? I think cap-wise we're doing good. The important thing here is that we need to change this, right? So that now we need to probably have that up at 4. And then what we need to do is, because we're looking for a defender, we need to rely on our defenders to give us the better scoring to help us to the threshold. So set that to 9. We keep that as is. We take this one off and then we filter it. We don't need to make this too aggressive because it's already going to be really difficult. That we already get 24. It's already going to be very difficult to find the players that we want that are starters that have a good level of AA. Okay. So Kevin Krause is actually somebody that is pretty good. The problem with Kevin Krause at the moment is that he's not starting. He's kind of almost like lost his place right now, which is a real shame because I like him. But I have picked up his rare because he's actually a good defender. We would almost want to try and target somebody else who's going to be more of a starter. Ooh. Okay. Daniel Steres isn't bad. He's obviously playing in the MLS, but he done really well last year in the games that he had. But he's not a sure starter, so that's the problem with him. What we could do is we can take this down a lot to 5, which will probably impact the quality that we get. Okay. Let's sort this by the L40 as well, descending. Okay. So this guy is actually okay, but he doesn't play at the moment because he's injured. We need starters, really. Jonathan Mensah has moved to New England Revolution. He's not going to be a starter. This guy is starting, and he's only £2.96. Really? Wow. That's actually pretty good. He's a little bit inconsistent, but I wonder if we can find somebody else like him. What we'll do now is we will tweak the search a bit to say that over the last 15, they should have started, again, around 30% of the games there. Which, by the way, 30%, as I mentioned, is too low. Okay, this guy is £3.70 and he's playing for Cartagena, who aren't a good team, but the starting potential there is really good. Lamine Bar for Varisdin's not great. What kind of players are searching for? Yeah, we're attempting to try and do a rare team for £130 per threshold. Let's up this as well. In the L40, percentage of games started. Let's up that to 60% there. Okay. Yeah, so there's Dimitri in there, who we were kind of liking. Suwon are relegated. Okay, so he's probably the best option we've got to pick from here. And he's not amazing because his scoring is not that great. But for the price that we're working with here, it's probably the best that we could do. He's only £2.96. Now, what we have to think about is that if we get him, then can we get another defender for roughly the same, or do we get with two midfielders? How much is Charles Pickle? Let's also bring up Novgorod. Because what I want to do with this guy here is I want to look at his defensive actions. Like, they're okay. They're kind of like mid-table or so in the Russian Premier League. Stotsky. Yeah, so he's down here at the moment. He's only started in half of the games this season. That's a little bit of a problem. But he makes a load of tackles when he plays, which is good. His duels that he wins is actually quite respectable as well. We'd probably pick him because, as I say, I think he's the best of the bunch that we've got. And he's cheap at £2.96. So let's do that for now. And then look, we'd have about a fiver to try and get an additional 2 players in. What we could do as well is we could maybe look at seeing if we could get Slovic or another player for cheaper. Because we didn't really look at that. We just went straight for Slovic. But it might be that we could look at a goalkeeper that's going to be cheaper that would then give us more to work with, maybe. So why don't we look at that? Can we get a goalkeeper in the rare that in their floor is less than 100, but they are actually a starter? And then let's also do a filter here. Oh, it's going to give us loads, actually. What we should do here for goalkeepers, yeah, is we need to be doing, we need to be going into the score. We need to be putting in L15 and L40 games played. Doesn't really matter too much about games started because a goalkeeper that plays usually starts, right? So let's do 60% here. And then L15, let's do 30%, which is kind of low. That's just going to get rid of all the guys that don't play. There we go. We've got 43. Okay. There's Yang Hyung Mo. Wow. Kurzakov's in there. So is Akinviv as well. Wow. I don't think we can ignore the likes of Akinviv and Kurzakov. Because we're not building this team for like this weekend or anything. We're trying to build it for as cheap as possible. Now, Akinviv is the main starter. He had a few games out where they were testing out the youngster, but it didn't really work as intended. Akinviv, honestly, I think we need to do Akinviv here. I can't believe that Akinviv's only £84. That's insane. I nearly bought, instead of Ali Varul, I nearly bought Akinviv. It was between Akinviv and Ali Varul. And the only reason I didn't buy Akinviv is because of the winter break. But given that they're coming back from the winter break soon, that makes Akinviv so cheap because he's a starting goalkeeper for CSKA Moscow, who are doing okay as well in the league, I think. The last time I checked anyway. They're doing okay, not amazing, but they're 8th there. We're doing that. Let's take him out. This is insane. Let's do Akinviv there. Wow. Okay, this changes things a lot. Because with Akinviv, we could almost try now and get much better players up front and defenders. So with £84 spent and we've got 130, we've got a lot of money here to play around with. Brad Guzan, no, absolutely not. He's not going to play. He's not going to play. Okay, let's change this now. Let's put the AA up a lot higher because we can. Okay, Global All-Star Defender. And then let's take this off and we can put a price now of like 20 or something, 22. Good, okay. Neto Borges is in there. Right, let's be a little bit more aggressive with the AA here over the last 40. Do you know Neil Me on Twitter? I think so, yeah. I think I do. Why? Wow, Calvo's really good. I think we still need to try and save money though, don't we? Nah, Guzan's not going to start, man. And even if Guzan starts, right, you don't want to pick Guzan. I've explained this a lot in the past that Guzan is like 38, 39. He's suffering from injuries. Just avoid. I think his price alone tells you that there's a big risk there with Guzan. So no, he's not going to start. Yeah, Heiser's a good shout because I've just picked up Heiser myself because he was around £7-8. It's a great shout actually. Because I actually run Heiser in my, I am running him in my threshold team. He's £11 on the market. I bought him for around, I think, £8 or something. We could get away with that though. Let's do it. Good shout there from FIFA. So we would be spending £11 here, which is probably more than what we want to spend. It then means that if we got another defender, we'd probably have to try and get one for kind of like around £5-6 or something. Let's try and get the forward next, I think. Yeah, let's put a little bit of a decisive on the L40. And then let's put an AA of like 5 there. 6 is okay. We haven't put a figure on here, so let's do it. Okay. Jada, Joan Lobet. Okay, that's okay. That's not great. Let's take that off. Okay, Edgar Silva's in there. He's actually pretty good, Edgar Silva. There's Fraser again. This guy's been struggling for Konyaspor. He's expensive as well at £21. Let's sort this by the floor, ascending. There he is again, Fraser. Jordan White's actually quite a good player for Cap 220. Not so much for the threshold. These players are kind of too expensive. Like, they're not, but based on our budget here, we've kind of spent 95. We want to spend a maximum of 130. These players are too expensive. So what we need to do actually is we need to take this off. There we go. We get an additional 10. And then I think what we need to do here is we need to take this down to around 15, which is already too high. So now we get 22. We get Kevin Nisbet in here. That's actually pretty good. He's about £15 and he's a starter as well. Not been scoring that great, but there's good potential with this guy. He does have goals in him. You've got Caputo as well, who's not bad at all, but he's injured at the moment. If he was back from injury, he might be an interesting one to look at too, because when he's fit, he does usually start. And again, we know that he can score goals, Caputo. He's quite cheap as well at £10, isn't he? Is Joe Copen's going to be the starter for Troy Linez? No. What's your opinion on a full Stuttgart Cap 240 limited lineup? It's okay. Yeah, not bad. Like, it depends on the budget though, doesn't it, I think? Like, if you've got enough budget to do it, then great. The only thing with Stuttgart is I'm not a big fan really of them defensively. I like them attacking, but not really defensively. I think we should be picking Nisbet here. Since he's joined Millwall, he's kind of He's been okay. He's not been great. He's got 5 goals in 17 starts, and he's started from the bench in 9. It does present a little bit of a problem, though, when you pick a player like this when you don't really know when they're going to start. That's the only thing with him. Gabriel Horch is okay. He's a little bit on the older side now. Don't know whether we could ignore Caputo for the fact that Caputo is so cheap and he's a good starter for the team. I'm not worried about his injury because when he's available, he plays. Doesn't often score that great, but we're just kind of looking at someone that's going to start. And for Empoli, he starts like every game when he's fit and available. We'd probably do Caputo. I don't think I'm seeing anybody else around the £10 mark. Could be wrong here. I don't think I'm seeing anybody else around the £10 mark that has the same quality as a Caputo and the same amount of starts as well. This guy's got potential, but he's in and out of the team a little bit too much, I think. But I like Nisbet because he's younger and he's playing for Millwall and he's not much more expensive, but he's a little bit unreliable for starts as well. Caputo, I think, has been pretty good so far this season as well, metric-wise too. Like Caputo, when you look at his actual metrics here, he's had, look, shots per game 1.4, shots on target per game 0.6, which is actually pretty good for a 36-year-old forward that's not even playing for one of the strongest teams in the division. And then he's making an average of 0.6 key passes per game. He's created 2 big chances. He's got 3 goals and he doesn't have any assists at the moment. He should have had at least 1. So this is the problem with him, is that because he's playing for kind of a weak team, he's not going to get you loads of attacking returns, but he is going to be starting regularly enough. So if you were going to try and put like a threshold team together for £130, the most important thing isn't actually the scoring. The most important thing is that you have players that play for you. Because if you're only spending £130, you can't afford then to have someone that doesn't start, right? So targeting the starters is way more important than targeting scoring. You have to hope that you get lucky with the scoring, especially with a forward anyway. Most forwards don't score well if they don't decisive. So you know with a forward that it's actually no problem getting a player really cheap and they only deliver you 30 most of the time, but then every now and then they'll pop up with a score of 60 because other more expensive forwards do that too. So we're going to put Caputo in. I think he's also got quite a low L15, right? His L15 is 48, which is pretty good. So we could put Caputo in there, and then we have £24 left to spend to build this £130 threshold team. And we have 96 points remaining in the cap, which is pretty good. So next for the midfielder, I think I'm going to go to my gallery here, first of all, because I have a couple of midfielders, I think, that aren't too expensive, no? Yeah, like Anto Grigic, for example. I mean, he's probably more expensive than what we want to pay right now, because we'd pay 16. That would take us up to 122, and then we'd need to get someone for £8. But Anto Grigic is brilliant for threshold. He's a little bit high in his L15. He's almost like the perfect threshold player, because when he does play, and he started to get back into the team again now, when he does play, he's able to do this here. I'd like to explore it with Anto Grigic for now, because he was a legend back in the day on Sorare, and he still is a legend now. Because look, we'd then have 51. There's no floor for him. I don't think we can do it. I want to do it based off players that are actually on the market right now so that we can see that the floor price is 130. Like technically, he works because his average is quite low, but I don't want to do it off the average because you can then see that the average is completely different for Akinviv and he's actually available for a lot lower. So let's not do it for Anto Grigic. Let's actually look for a midfielder instead. And we'll just tweak the search a little bit. And what we'll do is we'll look for a midfielder that has good AA and a good level of decisive scoring. So we're going to put this here at 5. We're going to put the decisive score average at 36 there. We're going to filter that. We get 61 results, which come up. It's a good start. Okay. This guy is pretty good, actually. Gastian's in there. He's not bad at all. How much is Gastian? £5. This guy's £5 and he's perfect for threshold. This is what I mean, guys. Like, rare is becoming limited. Like, this is perfect scoring for threshold. He's £5. Which then technically means that we could afford to then bring in Neto Borges, no? Nah, surely not. Neto Borges in the rare is going to be too expensive, isn't he? He had a shocker in the last game, but... oh my God, we could actually do it. We could actually do it. I can't believe it. Forget about this last game. He had a shocker, but he's great for threshold, this guy. I think we're going to do it. So then what we could do as the extra is we could put Neto Borges in there. Could we? He's got an L15 of 48. We have 90, what is it, 96 to do it? Oh, that's perfect, no? Because then Gastian's 48. Well, he's 49. So we're not able to do it. We're going to be 1 over, I think. We're going to be just shy. So we were thinking we could do Neto in here, like that. But then, look, we're not going to have enough. We're going to be significantly lower, actually, 43. Do you think Slovic gets a nod in goal in this next game week? I do, yeah, I really do. I said the same for the last weekend, though. But I'd like to think that, yeah, now he's been there for a while. You know, he should be playing. I mean, Clermont aren't the best team to target, but in general, but for threshold, they've definitely got a use for sure. I thought we might be able to do that. This guy here's got an L15 of 43. He's okay, but he's not what I'm looking for this threshold build. So instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to run through the players that we've got here. And I think as well, because at the moment, we've got it very European based, right? Let's take out some of the players that are not European, that are not playing in Europe, for example. So let's do that and filter that down. That gives us 44. Right, now what I want to do, how much budget do we have? We've got 24. So I think what I want to do is, yeah, we want to have a maximum budget of around 15, I think, for this one, which we've got. And then we can up the AA a little bit. And then the decisive score average a little bit as well. Yeah, that'll give us around 10, and it does. We have Babanja, which is really good. He's perfect, actually, for this. Oh, wow. We can put Baranov in as well. No, surely not. We can really play Baranov? We could pick Baranov here for Lokomotiva Moscow. I mean, are you kidding me? How is this guy like £13 on the market? I don't understand it at all. I mean, he's great for Threshold. He's probably the perfect example of how to build a Threshold team. He very rarely goes below 40, 50. Wow. Who else do we have here? Rodin we've got. I mean, Baranov's 27. Babanja's good too, because Babanja is now starting. How he's 24, I don't get. And he's also brilliant for Threshold, right? He's really good for Threshold. His level of scoring is very mid-range. But I think I would like to pick up a Baranov here. Oh, is he out for the season, is he, Babanja? That's a shame for him. Got Anderson as well. Anderson's an interesting player. Very good for Threshold too. I don't really like the team he's playing for obvious reasons. Look, they lose every single game. They had a decent start to the season, but then they just tailed off really quickly. Someone like Lokomotiva Moscow, they haven't been amazing, but it's still Lokomotiva Moscow. And it's a 27-year-old for Lokomotiva Moscow as well. They're kind of fourth right now. I can't believe that. We're doing that. We are putting in a Baranov in here. Baranov is a good player. If you don't know about Baranov, I'll just quickly show you as well. His stats for the season are pretty good. Look, Baranov there as one of the highest rated players on SofaScore. He's played every single game so far this season, right? And his interceptions, his tackles are pretty good. Again, you want to be seeing a lot of green bars here that indicates that he's quite consistent. And his strength is actually positioning. Very good player, perfect for Threshold. So we put Baranov in, and he's going to cost us £13.88, which I think is ridiculous, honestly. I think it's so stupid. Like, guys, look at this team. We haven't completed this team yet. We are close to completing this team. We need to get an extra player in for £11. But this is the type of team that you can build today to help you hit Threshold. And we're trying to do it for £130. And this is why I'm telling you that the Threshold cannot remain the same. They're going to have to make a change, because if you can put a team like this together for £130 and you hit the Threshold 3 times, you've got your money back. You've got your money back from 3 game weeks. And then that is not a sustainable way for the game. But anyways, let's try and get it done first of all. We have one more player left to get. We won't get a forward because it's Threshold. We could get a midfielder, but if we were going to get a midfielder, we'd need to get one for around £11. And there are some players like VT here. Isn't actually too much of a bad shout, VT. He does play a lot. Every now and then he will kind of be benched, but he gets a lot of, 32 starts over the last year. Really good mid-range scoring. We could afford to get him because he's £10.73 and he's a 26-year-old. So he could work more than okay for the Threshold here. I'm just wondering whether we could maybe get like another defender though, because in Threshold, if you can get 2 defenders, this defender here, Philip Heiser, is much more better for decisive score. He does have good AA as well, but we almost want to try and get a defender that is a really strong AA monster, so that then we can just rely on him every game week, kind of like giving us a score of 50. So why don't we look at that first of all? This was the midfielders. This is fine. We'll make a note that we could look at VT. Let's bring up his page actually, so we don't forget him. Can't believe Baranov is £14. It's honestly, it's disrespectful to the player, to be completely honest with you. All right, let's run a different search now for the defender. And then what we're going to do, we've got the AA still quite high. We've only got £11 to spend now. We don't need the decisive score average to be high at all. Let's take that off. Filter it again. We've only got as well a cap of 48. Let's take it down here to 48. Like that. Filter. Hello to Kudo as well. Kudo, how you doing, man? Hassan Kamara's in there. Oh, Hassan Kamara is only £6.66. Honestly, what is going on? Like, rares are turning into limiteds right now. Hassan Kamara's brilliant. Look at his scoring that he can give us for threshold. This mid-50 scoring is more than enough, honestly, for the threshold. He has a defender card, which is great. It's only £6. I mean, the possibilities are literally endless to build like sub £150 teams, right? Who else have we got here? We've got 57 results. Okay. We're sorting by the floor. Okay. Yeah, Damien Mark, no thank you. He's okay, but I think we can do better than that. Norbert's okay. He also gives you a little bit of international utility as well. But it's Salernitana. You don't really want to be targeting them. Paul Hanlon is good, but he's kind of lost his place a bit now, hasn't he, Paul Hanlon? He used to be like the ideal player to target for threshold. And you can see why, because he's got this really good scoring in his AA, but because he's not a regular starter anymore, it's not really a good option to target. Hassan Kamara. We could also get Bournemouth, who's another starter for Karlsruhe, which then means that we're targeting two defenders from Karlsruhe. I don't like Bournemouth though, because he doesn't really have that high AA. Tim Ream's great. He's injured at the moment, no, Tim Ream, but he's been fantastic in the past. The threshold. We wouldn't look at him though. Thank you also to Sterling Archer. Advan's in there. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sterling, for the follow, man. I'm just shocked that Hassan Kamara is so cheap at the moment. Ulrich Jensen. Wow, this guy's doing well for Vitesse. We've also got Jonathan Boatu in here. He's a new signing at Vincente. Ivan Audetz is perfect too. Like Ivan Audetz for a threshold is more than good enough. He's just returned from injury. When he starts for Bochum, you can see the level of scoring that he gives you. It's more than good enough for threshold. Look at that there. That's brilliant for threshold. So Ivan Audetz we could even look at. Who's down here? Okay, Dario there for Wowwick is just under £11 as well. This guy, I'm not a big fan of this guy. I think from this team, I would prefer to get, what's his name? Has he gone? Yeah, Lelyfeld, actually. Even though I think Lelyfeld's lost his position, I prefer him as a defender. I mean, honestly, we're kind of spoilt for choice here. We could get Thomas Fockett in here as well. He's a good little defender. Good for the mid-range, but I think what we would do... targeting Vitesse is a little bit risky because they're not doing that great at the moment, even though they're getting better. Ivan Audetz is more than good enough. So we'd either pick Ivan Audetz here, or we would pick... where's he gone? Hassan Kamara. Because what you have to keep in mind with Hassan Kamara is that his low scoring here is because he wasn't starting. But if you look at when he starts, it's completely different. When he starts for Udinese, it's been pretty good, mid-range. But what we're going to do, because he's a bit of a legend, I've also got Carlin Zarkas as well. I didn't spot him from before. Yeah, because he's a legend in Sorare. He's been one of the best scorers in Sorare for a while. Ivan Audetz is going to go in here. Because when he's fit and available, he is the starter. So Ivan Audetz comes in here. I can't believe you can put this team together for £130 or less, actually. Guys, wow. I challenged myself at the start of this stream when we were talking about how low prices have been in Sorare. I kind of challenged myself because it was a thought that I had where I thought, can you build a team for £130 in rare with a starting goalkeeper and loads of starters that will then be able to challenge for threshold every single week? Of course, when they're all playing together, right? And I thought you should be able to do it, but I wasn't entirely sure because I've never done it before. And we know that the prices of cards have been coming down and lower and lower and lower, which theoretically meant that the cost to build a threshold team and a good threshold team should be a lot lower as well. Now, in the past, I think it was even like a month ago, we were saying, and I was saying on the stream, that you can build a good threshold team and you'll probably need around £250, £300 to put a good threshold team together that will allow you to challenge for the $50 every week, right? I'm telling you now, and you can see on the screen, you do not need, at the moment, £250, £300 to put a good threshold team together. You can put this team together today for £128. And I'm telling you now, this team will hit the threshold a lot of the time. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Guys, what do we think here? I'm shocked. I mean, I already knew and I already suspected that the cost of putting a team together for threshold was going to be really, really cheap. I'm shocked as to how cheap it is now to build a team for threshold. We're going to take a screenshot of this right now. I think this actually probably shows that the market's gone too low. I'm not going to do the build it like Barca, unfortunately, my man. I've essentially already just done one. I will do your one on the next stream, Kudo. Sorry, man. I've had all the free tip scout fund coupons available for hours now. We haven't had any that have been used. And we're about to finish as well. So I'm not going to do another build it like Barca when I've kind of just done one. So sorry, man. But please do jump on the next stream, the next day stream, which will be tomorrow. And then just remind me, and I'll do the build it like Barca then for you, man. Sorry, man. I was so busy building that team that I didn't kind of then pause all the redemptions. Guys, why is everyone so quiet in the chat? We just built a threshold team for rare and a solid, not even a crappy team. We've built an amazing threshold team that will hit the threshold regularly for £128. I wanted to try and build a team for 130. We've done it. I would love to know what everyone thinks. If you were going to start off today building a team for the rare 240 and you only had £130, would you build this team today? Would you go out there and buy it? And do you think that this £130 team is a good investment to help you hit the threshold? I want to hear what everybody thinks here. Shocked at the price. I am too. I can't believe that you can put this team together for £128. Two Russians is a no from me. Why are the two Russians a no? Their season comes back really quickly or soon. You wouldn't take Audets, no? Who would you take instead, and why would you not take Audets? I mean, I think with Audets, he's playing for a poor team. So, you know, we know that Bochum aren't that great, but I actually really like Audets' levels of scoring, which is why I'd pick him, personally. So we've done it. Audets will get in and out with Schlotterbeck as well. No, he won't, man. The person who will go in and out will be Masovic. Audets will be playing, starting. So it'll be Audets and it will be Schlotterbeck. It won't be that they will rotate Audets with with Schlotterbeck. It will almost be Schlotterbeck and Audets, or will be Masovic and Audets. When Audets is fit, he's the starter. Did you sell your Ali Varul? I didn't sell him. I traded him out. Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I get that, FIFA. Yeah, I do get that. Yeah. I understand. I think there's a lot of managers out there that have the same opinion as well. So yeah, I get where you're coming from on that. I'm really happy that we were able to build a team for a threshold team in rare for £130. I honestly didn't think, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I never thought that we would get to the point so quickly where you could build a rare team for just over £100 that could help you to hit £40 every week. Because again, the point here is that the ROI that you get from this team is outrageous. The team only needs to hit the threshold in rare 3 times, and then the whole of this team is paid for. And then you can just roll with this team for the rest of the season and then just clean up £40 pretty regularly. And what you have to say is that, yeah, maybe they're not going to hit the threshold every week, right? But I think they're good enough that they can contend for threshold pretty regularly. And I'd say in a month, you've got about 8 game weeks, right? But technically, you've got, say, around 4 weekends. So I'd expect this team to hit the threshold, say, twice in a month. But even if it didn't do it twice, it done it once, it then means that you can recoup the cost of the whole team within 3 months. But actually, I think you can do it in a month and a half. Very good team and covered with 3 thresholds, really good value. If only 30 content creators made videos about this, then it will hopefully increase new players and demanding cards. It's too good to move up to rare now. It really is. Yeah, I agree with FIFA. I think if you haven't moved up to rare, then there's not been a better time to move up to rare, and your proof is on the screen in front of you right now. You have a team of starters for £128. Incredible. Incredible. So, guys, I think that's pretty much it for the day stream. I think we might be back a little bit later. I don't know. I have to see like what I'm doing this evening. I might have something happening this evening, so I will let you guys know. But if we are back, we'll do probably some Marvel Snap stuff. We'll also talk a little bit more about Sorare too. But yeah, that's it for today, guys. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that this conceptual build of a Cap 240 rare team, especially if you're not in rare at the moment, I hope that this has given you a lot of inspiration to get out there, to start scouting for rare players, because as you can see, they are not expensive at all, and you can put a really good team together, even with a starting goalkeeper, for less than £100. So I hope it's given a lot of you guys inspiration to move up and to also put together some heavy hitting but low costing teams. So guys, thank you so much for today. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids as well, because we got raided a lot today. So a big thank you to everybody that raided me today on the stream. I massively appreciate the support. And I massively appreciate everyone's time and all the input in the chat as well. Good luck with your teams in the midweek, and do keep me posted on Rivals. I'll be back again tomorrow anyway in the day for more Sorare scouting, lineup building, and discussion at 12 p.m. UK time. So until then, catch you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.